Hello, welcome to the show. Sorry, I jumped in a bit suddenly there because, the other fucking thing wasn't prepared. Hello, and sorry we are late.
We're bang on time. They just didn't get the memo to say we were starting
it's the
at
9 o'clock start.
Yeah.
Oh my God. So, sorry we're late. Good afternoon, good evening, Mr. Gregory Dolphin. Good afternoon, good evening, Seba Promo. How are you guys?
Wonderful.
Seb, I think you're on mute.
No, his mic's just a bit quiet. I've got my Oblivion beer.
Oh, I've got one of those.
It's delicious.
Let me just check what's going on with Seb. No, I can't hear you.
I can't
hear you. I can't hear him.
I can hear him.
Really? I can't hear him at all. Absolutely not.
I can. So it's something your side, Joe. How can that be? How can you hear me but you can't hear him? Oh, the chat are saying they can't hear him either.
Yeah.
How's he only coming in my ears?
I don't know. Seb, try leaving and coming back in again, or just check your settings in the bottom left-hand corner. But it was working a minute ago, so I don't understand.
Yep.
Broken. Here we go, Gregory. Hello there.
Full screen dolphin.
Yep. I will. So we'll do. I guess we'll. We don't want that view, right? So, Greg, how are you?
Fantastic.
Seb?
Yes.
Yay! We've got him back in. Wow!
Okay.
What an absolute fuck up to the biggest show we've ever done so far.
Games.
Yay!
I'm heavily impressed, guys.
Thank you.
I'm sure you are, man.
It's excellent.
It's normally a bit more smooth than this.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. That's what we tell all the guests.
Yeah.
Right.
Oh
well, we're here. We're here,
here,
and we've got a load of things to talk about. First of all, Greg, how are you? What have you been up to recently?
It's been busy, man. Gigs have been back on. So, yeah, I did the Epsilon show at Gogbot, which is it's like a kind of art music festival thing in Enschede. Have you been to that, Sebas?
No.
Yeah, it's so they do it every year apparently in Enschede. It's like a kind of they do like art installations around the city and things like that.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, it was cool. I did my Epsilon show, which is like the blindfolded show, and that went really well. And then we had a big fuck off rave afterwards, which was good. And then Bolter Festival with you, Joe. Probably,
yeah.
That was a lot of fun. A lot of people got COVID as well, but I didn't. So.
Oh really?
I didn't either. No.
Yeah. I think the COVID all seemed to happen on the Sunday. But yeah. And then last week was Jeff Con, so which was beautiful, absolutely wonderful. Lovely being out in the field and seeing everybody and just sunshine and good times and great people. So it was, it's been really good. So it's been really nice doing gigs, and other than that, just the usual shit, right? Music, buying crypto.
Yeah, man. And Seba, what's been going on with you?
Well, for me, I'm doing a lot of smaller parties because in Holland, of course, Greg is also in Holland now, but it's a bit slow still. It's all the daytime stuff, and the bigger events can't happen because they're still up to 75%, capacity.
Yeah.
That's the rules, and everybody's like, "What's the problem?" But in the last 25% for the bigger organizations, that's where the profit is made. They have to put in a lot of money, so people don't really realize that that 75% is not really worth doing bigger events. So for the first time in my life, a few months ago, I decided to just take on like private things, and I go to people's houses and just play in the backyard and on weddings and stuff like that. I never did that, but it's kind of awesome. But, in these times that we're also separated and away from each other, it's really cool to go to the people, to their houses, and be really reachable at some point. You're always on a high stage. 50 meters away, and then now you're just in front of them. So up until now, it's been really, really fun. Every time it was really nice people, and so yeah. And next to that, I'm working really hard on the third movement. I hope you guys notice with a lot of music, but also now a lot bigger plans behind that. Maybe we're going to talk about it a bit later.
Yeah.
Also music-wise, merchandise-wise, shop-wise, we got some new forces on the team on third movement that really help us now with the social game. I don't know if you guys noticed, but we went from like 1 post a week till 200. So we're sort of on it now finally. So we found the perfect guy for that. So yeah, happy but busy.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Awesome. And for me, I was.
Yeah,
in
how
the
are you,
UK.
Joe?
I'm okay. I'm a little bit better now we're in the show. I was a bit stressed before, a little bit. Yeah, I've been running around the UK. Played at Bolter, which was absolutely fucking amazing. Played at Verispeed the week after. Managed to leave the UK without COVID. Brilliant. Really happy about that. Been working on Oblivion 18, which we'll come to in a bit. Been working on launching some beer on the label, which we'll come to in a bit. 20 years of Oblivion Party, which we've been grinding real hard on, and which is sold out, and we'll come on to that in a bit as well. And also getting ready for the show, and trying to get on top of everything and have a break next week. I want to go on holiday and have a fucking rest for a while, which would be nice.
Need to buy a new sound card, mate.
Yeah. That's the first thing. When it doesn't crackle.
It's new. So I'm going to do a quick shout to people in the chat because there's shitloads of people in there. Hey, Jasper, Jipe, see you there. Nori, James Buffaland, DJ Cryptox, Kirill, Nagasaki in the chat, Andrea,
You might want to say hi to Cam.
Cam's in the chat. Hey, Cam, obviously. Dean,
obviously. Try and cover it up with an obviously.
Bonesy, Jay, Tracid, Anne, Wouter, Dean. Looking full house tonight, guys. Nice one.
Kimchi Kim.
Kimchi Kim, Yep. And Carl Homburg as well. So before we get started, don't forget to share the show, please, guys. We're only on YouTube tonight. Just YouTube, not Facebook, anything like that. So we're not using any of the normal tricks. We're just focusing on this from now on. So give us a share. Boom. Now if you can. Also, drop us a like on the stream. If we get to 100 likes, that normally means we do shots, so it's probably within your own benefit that we do that. You were one. So tonight on the show we have got New Blood, which is our first section. We've got What's Hot, which is our section where we play a bunch of cool new music from the scene. We've got interview / in-depth conversation with you, Seba, about promo, about Third Movement, about Heresy, about the alternative, all of that stuff. So first up, we're going to go into the New Blood section.
New Blood.
Woo! So, for those that don't normally tune into the show, the New Blood section is where we invite submissions from people to the show and we give them feedback, essentially. I spent a lot of time as a label manager receiving loads and loads of demos, not having the time to give people the feedback that they deserved, and the idea came that, well, why don't we just do this live and invite people onto the show with us, give people feedback and help develop them. So without further ado, we'll jump straight into the first track because we've already wasted half an hour of everybody's lives, right?
Half an hour drinking time.
Yeah. First up, Gathering Storm, Formaldehyde Fixation. Let's go.
Interesting title.
Formaldehyde.
All right. So a
Nice.
little bit about Gathering Storm. Two brothers from Holland. After hearing some great techno tracks from on some of the last Oblivion shows, Ghost in the Machine, Scorch, Mechanoid, thanks. We got inspired to try and do some industrial techno as well, also because it is a lot of fun to make. We submitted 2 previews of work in progress tracks, the one that we've just heard, and Gasbrander. The title Formaldehyde Fixation. Formaldehyde Fixation was derived from essential technique in experimental biology, where for formaldehyde type solutions, most often have you just written this to try and get me stuck in a tongue twister? I swear you have. We're used to fixating biological contents, mainly proteins, in the tissue or cell sample. Okay, guys, what do you think?
So I really like I like the vibe of the track. I think the kicks needed a load more sub in it, needed a load more weight, and it needed a bit more separation in the kind of like the mids and the highs and stuff like that. So the kind of like the synthy things needed like just to be louder and set out over the top. But it just I like the groove, I like the kind of glitchy stuff that was going on. I like the whole vibe of the track. It just needed, production-wise, it just needed to be like to feel bigger, like it would fill a room type thing. But nice groove. I really liked it.
Yeah, felt the same. Yeah, totally typical old school industrial vibe. I really digged it. I liked the drive. I liked all the stuff was going on. Maybe some percussion halfway, something coming in that sort of takes it to an next level, you know? Like and like you said, like the synth sound should be really like louder and really on top of it. Yeah. Sort of got a bit monotone after a while, you know? It could something can happen.
You needed like a couple of switch ups and things like that. Totally. Funny you should say about the percussion, because it's probably something that we say every single show.
Oh, really?
It needs, so many tracks, and I think, you know, people need to appreciate how important percussion is to a track, especially stuff like industrial, where it's, you know,
totally.
You know, it's kind of grinding along. It's the percussion that carries it and gives it like interest and groove and things like that. So
it sort of disappeared. Also in the mainstream hardcore, it's like just a kick and a synth, and because it's so overproduced now and overcompressed, you don't really need it anymore to fill up the space. You know, in the old days, you needed to put lots of shit in your track just to make it sound full. But now everything's sort of already sounding full. So. But people underestimate the power of a clap or a hi-hat or a ride, and especially in techno, there needs to be ride cymbals in there, and it needs to be, you know, the toms even, and think of the groove. Totally. Especially, you know, the guys said that they were aiming at a hard techno vibe. For me, it was more like a old school industrial kind of thing. So if you're aiming for more techno, then definitely go for percussion. But the overall quite cool vibe.
Yeah, they normally make quite fast hardcore. We've actually signed a couple of tracks from these guys, so it's nice to see them diversifying a little bit and trying their hand at something new. So great work, guys. Keep up. Everyone in the chat is liking it, generally saying that it's dope. Loving the industrial sound to it. It sounds like Broken Rules.
A bit the old Matt Green, and all the early stuff. Yeah,
early KRTM stuff. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
All right. General consensus is that it's good in the chat. So all right, let's move on. We have got next Hallucihate with Heavyweight Lobster Fucker.
Hallucihate. I love the title of the day. That is.
Yeah.
Let's go.
We got a winner.
So there we go. Hallucihate, heavyweight lobster fucker. So this is Henry, a 23-year-old Finnish-Danish producer, real name James Bufferland. I started last month my University of Applied Sciences studies to become a Bachelor of Business Administration in sound programming. My inspirations are pretty much the usual: the outside agency, Ophidian, Dolphin, producer, current value, etc. So far, I've been only working with my laptop and headphones, i.e. the Trackcent, but very soon I should get my bedroom studio done. Feel free to check out my Bandcamp and get some of my older shit there for free. Okay, so there we go. For me, it was apparent, like he's saying, he was only working off headphones and hasn't got his full setup yet, but there was some kind of jam in there, some kind of groove in there that I liked, but I don't know, it was just felt like there was a lack of depth in there for me.
Yeah, it's definitely a sound quality issue, I think, or a bad sound card, or not enough experience yet to mix the whole thing. Gave me a really industrial strength vibe, like the I don't know, like the industrial strength records, you know, like from Lenny, like really. And there were some really cool, catchy vibe parts in there, but I think the sound quality sort of killed this whole idea. Yeah, that's what I think we all had to fight with in the beginning, you know, getting some
at first it came in
sound
and it was like,
speakers. It just started like just in the break. Yeah, we started with the climax. It could have some build up for sure, but the vibe's there definitely. But, sound quality is an issue for sure.
Yeah, I mean, you can tell it's a producer just kind of finding his way and just kind of throwing stuff around, but. The thing with distortion is, I think you do this early on, and you know when you just like let's throw more and more distortion at it, but the real trick is learning to control the distortion to kind of tame it and make it fit it, especially when you're pushing a lot of it into a mix. You've got to work out how to make space for the other elements and stuff, and when you just throw stuff on top of it, it sounds like that, like a lobster fucker. A heavyweight lobster fucker. But there was some really good ideas in there, but there's a long way to go. You know, it's kind of understanding kind of dynamics and transients and how to make things fit into the space. But some cool ideas, some nice kick switch ups and stuff like that. So I think just keep going, right? Just keep at it and see what comes next.
Definitely. Right. Let's move on. I'm going to keep it moving. Next up, Mozz, Lost in Hell.
joy forever dwells. Hail, horrors, hail, infernal world, profound as hell, receive thy new possessor.
All right. Mozz. Liking that. A bit of the old Peaky Pounder / Deep Passion kind of vibes in there somewhere along the way.
Yeah, a bit the bouncy.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely a track that is had some more work in it, build up wise, and definitely sort of full track, sort of finished thing. Yeah, like you said, cool vibe, a bit like the bouncy. Yeah, I hear what you're saying about the peaky vibe in there. For me, it misses something in the middle, like a sort of I'm really a break guy, yeah. So I really like a story that sort of builds up towards something, and then you have a climax, and then in the second part of the track there comes another part that sort of adds or goes somewhere.
Yeah.
So I'm maybe a bit old school in that, but that's what I miss a little bit. It's just sort of starts and just keeps going, but production wise, it's clearly that she put a lot of more work in there. So
yeah.
Nice.
And you could tell. It's a step up than the first couple that we've heard. I think there was. I very much agree. I think what you said, it kind of felt like the first part was very much the same as the second part. There wasn't really a kind of story in there. It was like a really cool, funky, bouncy loop that just ended up being expanded out into a full track.
Yeah, it will work on the dance floor if you're DJing and you play 2 or 3 minutes. It's cool, but to listen to it at home or I think on the
it kind of felt like it needed to kind of go. So it had a lot of the elements. I think you're absolutely right. It just needed something more in the middle to take it somewhere else.
Like, or even just like a switch, a couple of switches in there, because it just kind of got into that groove,
there were a couple, but they were so subtle that it all felt just like variations of the same loop rather than kind of bringing in something new and taking it in a different direction. But yeah, great job, Mozz.
Big love for Mozz. Keeps on trying his hand at different things. He's actually a happy hardcore producer back in the day. Now he started making terror, and he's having some good results with his terror releases, but he's trying his hand at lots of different subgenres of hardcore, and he keeps coming back with different things, and you can see him developing his palette, if you like. So nice cool stuff. Nice one, Mozz. Big up if you're in the chat. Love you, bro. Right, next up, Full Dark No Stars, the opposite of God. Fucking cool name, man.
Yeah. The title's so
yeah, I feel like I'm in a death metal band.
So reminds me of French free party hardcore.
If you'd have told me that was released in 1995, I would have believed you.
Yeah.
Yeah, it sounds like
Yeah.
Just no breaks, just keep going.
Yeah.
Like most tracks were in that time. Yeah.
This is actually a new hardcore side project from, is it 14 Anger or Hanger? I don't know how you actually say it.
Okay.
It's actually a side project of this guy who releases on Prospect as this alias, but this is his industrial hardcore.
He's French, right?
Side project.
Yeah.
180 plus BPM and old school industrial vibe. This is now out. It's on the last Epitaph EP. Okay.
Nice.
Right. It all makes sense.
Sounds like that.
now.
You like the old.
The old French
stuff.
kind of.
Oh, definitely cool for that thing. Again, I do miss my break, my build up, but knowing that it comes from him, definitely it's that makes sense.
Yeah, I mean, you could. It sounded
style,
like all the hardware that they used in the 90s. Pretty much, it sounded like it's exactly what he's done.
Yeah, and there was a lot of cool stuff on the background. The little breaks, you heard all kinds of stuff going on, but you didn't really hear it on the foreground. I think. If you would mix it more modern nowadays, then all these elements would come to the front, and you would hear a lot more. Because I think there's a lot of work in there. Just you don't hear it.
I was thinking it was like almost like the whole track was somehow in the background.
Yeah, just
you know
the
what I mean?
Drums and that is good. The kick should be on the front, but there was a lot of work in the background, but you just don't hear it. So it's a bit of a shame then.
And I think we're so used to modern production now that when you hear something like that, it sounds very much like it was made on the kind of like old 90s hardware and stuff that, it just feels so different than the kind of like the modern, like right in your face foreground kind of production.
Yeah.
So, cool.
Yeah, cool stuff.
Yep.
Definitely.
Nice Pussy Joe.
Thanks. Pussy Patrol. Whoosh. Okay, people in the chat also liking it. I see Cam was buzzing off it. I knew it was her kind of sound. Yeah, I called it. Yeah, so I can see it saying, "Yeah, haha, Joe." Yeah, so cool stuff. Cool idea. Nailed it on the old school vibe. That was what he went for. That's what he got.
Hell of a cool name as well.
That Full Dark No Stars of an art. That's a cool artist name, man.
Yeah.
Yep.
Right, next up, Shinra Tensei, State of Mind. Let's go.
Shinra.
I'm not saying that this generation of music is worse than any other. I don't want to do that anymore. I'm not saying that, oh my God, I'm so mad that my kind of music isn't getting popular right now. I don't give a fuck about that. That's not my thing. That's not my thing. I don't give a fuck. Stop! You're not original! Give me some original shit!
nice. Big walloping kick. So this is Shinra Tensei.
He's in the chat as well.
Yeah, he's in the chat. Yeah, his info just says, I like distortion. Okay.
We all.
So, yeah. So, guys, what do you think?
Love the samples.
Yeah.
That's really my kind of samples. Totally.
I think if you're going to use those kind of samples, you really got to just come through with it, though. You've got to bring something original, and I really like the track, but it's you know, no offense,
stuff is really
it's not original. So if you're going to use that sample, maybe in the middle
Jasper
drop,
said that as well,
throw something that switches it up completely. You know, just throw something really crazy and original in there. I've got to say, I really did like the balance of the breaks and the kicks. A lot of people just have the breaks like a lot lower or quieter or tinnier or whatever. But I thought the breaks had some really nice weight in them. The kicks needed a little bit more punch, a little bit more. It maybe just even another little layer just to give it a bit of sharpness on the transient. But yeah, it was nice. It was well thought through track. Kind of fun. Yeah, I liked it.
Yep.
Sebastian?
This guy used to be called...
The vocals were amazing. Intro, then the screeches sort of started on the background, and I was like, nah, a bit like these preset screech sounds that, you know, a lot are being used. And then I was like, where's this going? Break, cool message, like Greg said. Then you have to bring it. It needs to be crazy synth shit or crazy kick patterns or something that you really like. Okay, do something original. And in the break, this synth kind of thing came in out of nowhere. I don't know. It didn't really felt in tune also with the track. I don't know. It just sort of didn't feel part of the track. Was a bit out of nowhere. So 10 for the samples. I love them. But like Greg said, you need to bring it then come with some next level shit. And no.
I think this guy used to be called Bad Luck. That's the guy who used to be called Mr. Bad Luck. We used to call him in here all the time. And he did a remix on your EP actually. Hey bro, and he's in the chat as well. But yeah, if you're going to use that sample, like Jipe says in the chat, no offense, but if you're going to use that vocal, you've got to V-snares everybody's ass. So yeah, you got to do something different if you're going to use something like that. But
Cobby's in the chat. Yo, Cobbs.
Oh, hi, Cobby. Oh, what's Cobby saying? Carefully pressure wash your PC until it dissolves. Maybe use bleach also. Welcome back, Cobby. It's nice to have you back in the chat, bro.
We've missed you, bro.
Shout to Kin as well, who popped in. Easy now. What's up? And Mr. Butterfist's in there too. I didn't see you, bro. I'm going to go and grab a beer, so I'll be right back 1 second.
Okay. I'm gonna drink some beer. That was unexpected.
It's a beer drop. All right.
So what else? What's that keyboard in the background? Ooh. Is that Jupiter?
No, it's a classic Kawai SX240.
Oh, nice.
Do you know that? It's an 80s synth. Yeah, I'm
I don't.
into synthwave 80s stuff, and
nice.
I hunted for it for years, and I finally found one.
Nice. Is that when you put your 80s Dayglow leggings on and you get all synthwave?
Yeah, totally. Yeah,
nice.
Disco ball, everything. No, I loved old synths and to collect them, and I've been hunting this one for years and years. You couldn't find it anywhere unless it was a couple €1,000.
Yeah.
So I finally found a near mint one, for like €1,200, I think, which was an okay price. And then, of course, the week after, you see 3 on fucking eBay for €700. I waited for 4 years to buy one, but no, I'm really. It's just more a collection thing.
Nice.
I use the SM Master keyboard to play the melodies and stuff.
Nice. I take it it's obviously got MIDI on the back of it and stuff. And...
Yeah. It's like you cannot really see it.
Nice.
Right, sorry about that.
There he is, Mr. Beerman.
Cheers for the warning there, mate.
Sorry, my cat was actually doing something crazy and I had to go and fix it. So
let's fix your cat.
Yeah. So I'm drinking Oblivion beer, by the way.
So am I actually.
Yeah. Oblivion beer for the new release.
Yeah, nice that you sent me some.
Well,
cheers.
Sorry.
Oh, yeah, it's Brexit shit, huh? Oh, no, you're in Belgium. You could have sent me some,
Did you not send him any, Joe?
No, of course not.
Oh,
no,
you twat.
I didn't. Yeah, I'm sorry.
First, you could have thrown it on the Brexit not sending food shit to the EU rules, but no. We missed that opportunity. Sorry, man.
Quite the opposite. Well, anyway, cheers, chaps. Thanks for coming on the show, and love you guys. Right.
I'll grab a beer later.
Somebody asking, what is it? Lager Pils. It's actually it's a passion fruit milkshake IPA, 6%.
And I've got to say, I was very skeptical about the flavouring, but it's really delicious. And I don't even really like IPAs very much, but this is really nice.
Really?
Look at that.
Are you guys just trying to sell it, or is it actually drinkable?
Both.
No, it really is. It really is. It's actually new
beer. Come on.
Yeah, man.
Doesn't get any gayer than that. But okay. It's all good.
Okay. Wait your turn.
Next song.
Next track. Next up, Tones, Moodz and Mindz. Let's go. Tones with Moodz and Mindz.
Well, definitely well produced. I think especially the kick side, stereo image, slamming.
Yeah, sounding really nice. Kicks.
Really, really cool, punchy stuff. Like Greg mentioned in the other track, what I really hear is a lot of distortion on the synth again.
Yeah.
And I think that's really necessary. You hear it, especially in the filters, that it's really sort of crackling.
It was a little too much, wasn't it? There's just a bit too much distortion on the synths.
The low end is already dirty and distorted, so why not keep the synths clean so you get a really nice balance between the two?
Yeah.
And you also keep your headroom. Now it's just sort of all smashed together. So yeah, definitely somebody that knows what he's doing already, mix-wise. But don't put distortion on everything.
Yeah.
I think that's something for this track. The synth is really too. I actually never use distortion on my synths. I think if you just tweak your synths well enough in your soft synth or whatever you use, then it doesn't really need.
Agreed. Yeah, I mean, if you want to get that grittier sound, I think it's nicer just to find a layer that will work over the top of the clean synths and give you that bit of noise that you want. Yeah. But it just felt, the synths were just a bit too pushed. The second drop, and I don't know whether it was because there was so much distortion, but the second drop didn't have the kick that it should have done. It shouldn't, it didn't have enough power in it. Yeah. But, really nice track, really well produced. Some really, really interesting elements in there. I'm not sure I was super keen on the little vocal that was in there, but...
I digged it, but just the combination with the synth was, again, a bit, I don't know. I dig the vocal. It was a bit just weird that you couldn't really place it, and I like that. That you hear something new, like... This should have fit better the title before the, bring something original than kick-wise. First part of the track.
Jasper says in the chat, "What? Don't put a distortion on everything. Is my album going to be cancelled then?"
Definitely. Fucking idiot. Okay, I'm not even going to start how much energy I put in this guy, telling him how to change stuff, put percussion in there, and stop using distortion. No, he's just it's hopeless.
Yeah,
but his album.
The chat is loving it. People saying the riff's got a butterfly-like if thing to it. Stinger saying a little bit too much mid-high in there, maybe. Easy Iron, by the way. Hello, buddy. People liking Davey saying love the vibe, nice edits. It's got a dolphin flavour to it. Great job. Nagasaki liking it. Yeah, so
it's
generally
definitely something that can
Actually, here's a trick for you, and if you're listening, so something you can do to get more impact and power, because it was a loud track. It was way louder than everything else.
Yeah, I had to turn it down. It blew my ears out.
Right. So the kind of middle drop where you've got the kind of synths building and stuff like that. Once you've mastered your track, you can actually kind of just pull the volume down a little bit. So you drop it down a couple of dBs into the breakdown, and then let it hit 0 again as it hits the drop, and because you won't really feel that 2 dB very much, but what you will notice is the difference between that and then the kick back in, and you'll get a lot more power out of it as well.
Good tip. Yeah, definitely. Let it sort of sink in a little bit, and then
so you just kind of drop totally. into the drop.
That is the biggest tool you got, volume. In your whole.
And especially when everything's so smashed, when we're pushing the levels so hard, you've got to work out how to get those bits of dynamics that you can, and deal with kind of the
good tip.
Yeah.
A little bit from Ant, because he wrote a piece here. I'm Tones, I'm from the UK. I could not miss out on sending a track to get feedback from promo on the Oblivion show. I've been trying to find my sound, and I think I'm finally getting somewhere, but it would be amazing to get some feedback from promo on my production. I'm a big promo fan and played his tracks out at parties in the UK. His tracks are the soundtrack to my raving days and DJing years back in the late 90s and early 2000s. I had every promo file on vinyl, and I know he did as well, and loved to play them at parties. Blah, blah,
thanks.
Blah. Yeah.
No, like I said, it's really close to something you could release, but there's some little things in there that could be improved. But I definitely get the vibe, and the kicks were slamming. Really,
the kicks were great. Yeah, really
great
good.
Stereo image. So he's on the right way, definitely.
Yeah. All right, next up, Industrial Twins. Somebody but themselves. Let's go.
If it's just me, or is it getting crazier out there?
When I was a little boy and told people I was going to be a comedian, everyone laughed at me. Well, no one's laughing now.
For my whole life, I didn't know if I even really existed, but I do. And people are starting to notice.
She always tells me to smile and put on a happy face.
All I have are negative thoughts.
Nobody's civil anymore.
You ever actually leave the studio? Everybody just yells and screams at each other. Nobody's civil anymore. Nobody thinks what it's like to be the other guy. You think men like Thomas Wayne ever think what it's like to be someone like me? To be somebody but themselves, they don't. You think men like Thomas Wayne ever think what it's like to be someone like me? To be somebody but themselves, they don't.
There we go. Industrial Twins coming a long way. Indeed. They
Yeah,
sent some
kicks
stuff
were
about
fun,
2
weren't they?
years ago. They've come miles
Yeah.
since then.
Good
Variety in
example
the
of-
kicks
of
was
leave-
awesome.
Yeah, and leaving some headroom, you know, exactly what Greg explained before. Like you can have
Yeah.
this kick drum, and then on the side you hear like all these sounds, like really subtle, so really well done. Yeah, like you know, loud, but
Yeah.
still you hear all the tiny details.
Yeah.
Really-
And loads of variation in the kick, which made it kind of a lot of fun, kept it going and stuff. Like, if I had one small gripe, I think the sample was a bit overdone, the Joker sample. Yeah, like having the kind of Thomas Wayne references and things like that, I'd probably chopped all those little bits out and just made it a bit more, or less Joker specific. Yo, brother!
Easy.
He wants a little dessert. Sorry,
Yeah.
it's my son in his underwear. No, he said that there's nothing wrong with walking around in my underpants, he says.
True story.
That's true, man.
Yeah,
That's so. Sorry, yeah.
that's all good.
No, cool
Jipes-
track. Yeah.
Jipe saying in the chat, I once had an argument with the booker because I wanted to after party with these guys instead of going to the hotel.
That sounds like Jipe.
Sounds like a
right?
Jipe story, yeah.
Definitely.
People in the chat loving it. +1 for vocal samples. Could use a bit more punch though. I don't know. I think the punch was okay. It was balanced. Like
Yeah, on a big system, it's like, yeah.
I think it's a decision they made, you know, kick wise. So I like that. That's really,
Yeah, I mean, on a big system, that would sound
short,
fucking
short
excellent.
kicks. Yeah, nice sub.
Yep.
Way to go.
somebody saying trying for that E-dub sound with the little jipe in there. I don't think it was really trying for that E-dub sound. It's just a how hardcore kind of sounds like now. You know, it's
I more had like the early and vital kind of vibe kick wise. I don't know.
Yeah.
Sort of short, crunchy kicks.
Yeah.
Sort of in between
an E-dub.
mainstreamish industrial.
yeah, maybe an E-dub vibe, but because when you're doing a track with that many kick switches, there's bound to be something that reminds you of something, right? It's,
E-dub's way cleaner than that, though. It's like
Yeah.
it's almost like neuro bass over a little kick drum, isn't it? With a big fat neuro bass over the top. It's a very different kind of vibe.
This is soon coming out on Carnage Records, apparently. So throw it in the
Cool,
chat.
nice track.
Nice one.
Well
Easy,
done, guys.
Well done. Next up, Sapher. I'm coming.
I'm coming on you!
Are you focused yet? Wake up! If you're looking for ransom, I can tell you I don't have money. But what I do have are a very particular set of skills. Skills that make me a nightmare for people like you. I'll find you.
Right, about this guy. I'm Krasik. I'm from Poland. I try to produce hardcore sometimes and record my podcast, The Core of Madness, every week. Private, I'm an IT specialist. My hobby is computer graphics and Lego bricks.
Awesome. I'm into Lego.
I was not expecting that.
Okay.
Yeah, man. So, what do we reckon, guys? Over to you, Seba.
Well, I thought the start was really good. I really grabbed me, and I felt there was something was coming. And the second part, I don't know. I sort of lost it. Especially the main drop. There was this bell sound just panned to the right and not really audible, you know, with the kick drum. And then the breaks suddenly are stereo again and full of sounds. It was just a sort of, I don't know. I think you can also transpose that to where the kick drum is, you know, like something that you build in a break, that stereo image. Try to keep that also when your track is going off. And now it was sort of going to some really dry, crunchy kick with the bell sound just panned to one side. It was a bit, I don't know, but yeah, it had some really interesting parts. Focus.
I feel like I'm out. I'm out of focus.
Greg, come on.
Yeah.
Come on, man.
Yeah, it was a bit all over the place, wasn't it? It was a bit just like way too many elements that kind of didn't really gel together.
Too many blocks.
Yeah. Yeah, it was kind of fun, but it was a bit all over the place. And then, I didn't really need the Liam Neeson samples. Like, it could have just stuck with the kind of metal-y vocal. But
and there was a weird pitch bend thing in there as well that kept
that was uncomfortable. Yeah.
More
some nice elements in there. It's kind of, but needs a bit of work making it a bit more cohesive.
Yeah.
Your camera's horrible, Greg.
Yeah, it's gone all blurry. I'll try and fix it.
It's the beer.
It's the beer. Yeah, that's just what I look like now.
It's good shit, mate. It's good shit.
That's what happens to you when you drink Oblivion.
So, by the way, somebody spoiled the fact that there's going to be a Jipe and Sapher collab, and they're going to film the video in 4K wearing vests in the sea, apparently.
Nice.
Jipe's just revealed in the chat, so looking forward to that one.
You didn't hear the collab yet? No, it's only
No, I didn't hear it. No, he didn't send me that one. Yeah. Nice.
Wait for it.
I bet it's a match made in heaven. Next up, X-Tract, Wild Style. Let's go.
Guns go boom boom and your guns go pow pow. I got the wild style, always been a foul show. I got the wild style, always been a foul show. I got the wild style, always been a foul show. I got the wild style, always been a foul show. I got the wild style, wild style, wild style, wild style, wild style, wild style, wild style. I got the wild style, always been a foul show. My guns go boom boom and your guns go pow pow. My guns go boom boom. Guns go out, pow. I got the wild style, always been a foul show. I got the wild style, always been a foul show. I got the wild style, always been a foul show. My guns go boom boom and your guns go out, pow. Wild style, wild style. Guns go pow pow. I got the wild style, always been a foul show. I got the wild style, always been a foul show. I got the wild style, always been a foul show. I got the wild style, always been a foul show. I got the wild style, wild style, wild style, wild style, wild style, wild style, wild style. I got the wild style, always been a foul show. My guns go boom boom and your guns go pow pow. wild style. Always been a foul child. Wild bloods go boom boom, and old bloods go out pow. I got the wild style, always been a foul child. I got the wild style, always been a foul child. I got the wild style, always been a foul child. I got the wild style, always been a. I got the wild style, always been a foul child. I got the wild style, always been a foul child. I got the wild style, always been a foul child. Wild bloods go boom boom, and old bloods go out pow.
So this is Tom Nixon, 24 years old, producer from Newcastle, currently living in Leeds. Main musical inspirations come from likes of Detest, The Satan, Death Machine, and E-Dub, to name a few. However, I also find inspiration from other genres of music, such as hip-hop, as well as movies and TV shows. I released 2 tracks on Footworks last year, and have released more ravecore-inspired tracks as labels such as NSA Records.
What's
However,
ravecore?
I don't know.
Like ravey hardcore, but that's rave, isn't it?
Yeah, I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know. So for me, he's overspammed that sample big time, and the kick at the start, it started off good, but it's okay to keep doing like kick rolls and stuff, but you got to switch it up sometime sooner. When the second kick came in, that should have been like 64 earlier or something like that for me.
Yeah.
That was my take.
The sample is a really strong one, but yeah, you sort of kill it by overusing it. It was just like, I got the wild style. That's cool to keep as a sort of a hook, but then he sort of gave away the whole sample. Then another sort of little climax to the first kick. Then the full sample. Then again 3-4 times the full sample. That my guns go pow pow, your guns go. It's really catchy, but you should do that twice in the track. Just build up with sounds and everything and risers and whatever till that one, my guns go boom boom, your guns go pow pow, and then go for it. It was just overkill. Shame, but a very, very good sample. That is also
production wise, it wasn't bad. Like the kicks sounded nice and punchy. They had like nice transients on, dynamics were good. The filters were like really nice and buttery. They were like really smooth the way everything filtered in and out. It was like, I really like that. But the whole track just left me feeling like kind of indifferent. It was like it just didn't do anything at all to me.
Kicks and samples.
I
hear that a lot.
It was well made, but it just didn't do anything for me.
This would really, really come to life with some kind of sound thing in there. Just kind of.
There was one interesting. I think it was just after the second drop with like a kind of kick switch that had a kind of like a much more of a groove to it with the kick snare thing going on. But it just, the whole, like you say, that the sample was overused and it just needed something to bring it all to life, really.
The basics are there. Really good sample,
agreed.
really catchy, something that stays in your head, that is really something that people are going to shout along in the room, Good kick drum, but then make sure that you also got a great story in there. And it's just a kick drum with the sample. And then it can really get somewhere. Totally.
Agreed.
But strong bases, really.
Yep, keep going, Tom. I met him at the weekend, actually, in Bolter. Really cool guy, young guy, really hungry, quite new. Keep going, man. Keep going. Yep. Solid. All right, that brings us to...
Kin said send it to Cobby.
Send it to Cobby, put it on, put it on Death Chant.
It is a bit Death Chanty because of the vocal, maybe. It's really...
Yeah. Definitely, mate. Definitely. Right, that's the end of New Blood. Woohoo! So, I guess we should do a little bit of promo now.
I really need to piss. Can we play some videos?
Go for a piss. I'm gonna play a video. Okay. And when I said do a bit of promo, I didn't mean literally the promo. I meant promotion.
I was wondering.
Spit roast, baby.
Yeah, man. So let's play. We've got a party coming up, Halloween in Manchester. It's sold out, other than I think like a handful of VIP tickets.
So it's not sold out.
No, it's
Stop
like
saying
there's
it's sold out when it's not
there's
sold
5
out.
tickets. There's 5 VIP tickets.
I see it
left.
everywhere. It's 80% sold out. It's not sold out
it's
if
not.
you got 80%
It's not
of the
80.
tickets sold.
It's
no,
sold
but
out.
I mean on other parties everywhere.
Oh,
it's
right, I
probably
was gonna
up
say.
60% sold out. 80%.
It was,
I'm
I wish it
it's
was.
not
I'd be able to
sold
sell
out.
some more.
Sold out is 100%. Stop doing that.
Yeah. Right, so next up we got, let's play a bit of this shit. Doosh.
So we got a little beer grabbing break now. Yeah.
If you want to go and grab a beer, go ahead.
I have to put
Now
my
is a
son
good
to
time.
bed and grab a beer.
All right, I'm going to play the trailer. This is the official trailer
Awesome.
for 20 years of Oblivion. First time heard anywhere or seen anywhere.
Woo!
Let's go. No, maybe not. Seem to have fucked that up. And everybody's gone. Poof! Just like that. Let me fix this though. What an anticlimax. Right. I fixed it. Here we go. Ready? Brace yourselves. 20 years of Oblivion. Trailer. Official. First time ever. Let's go.
Come with me. You're going to die in there.
Yeah, boy. Everybody's left me, so I'm going to talk. So, yeah, this is our event. It's going to be in Halloween. As you can see, the lineup speaks for itself. I'll bring up this shit. No, that's the wrong one. I'm very disorganized today. So, we've got Manuel Marlin, the DJ producer, Tripped, Yapo, Unexist, Edub, Thrasher, Brian Fury, Detest, Death Machine, Dolphin, Joey T, and Devastator. Holy shit. And I'd like to give a big shout to Alex on the video, by the way. Alex Sarahhead, bad boy video, mate. This competition is still running, guys. So if you want to win some VIP tickets to this party, which is pretty much sold out, other than I think 5 tickets, all you need to do right now is go and share this stream on your social media. Make sure it's public. It's key because we've done this competition 3 times. We keep rolling it over. Nobody's putting their shit public, and it's not. We can't see who's doing the hashtag, right? So share the stream. Hashtag Oblivion Show. Like the stream. That's it. We're going to give away 2 VIP tickets. Means you get a t-shirt. Means you get a cocktail on arrival. Means you get to go to the pre-party. We haven't even announced the lineup for the pre-party yet. That's still to come. It means you get no queue entry because you're already inside the club, and you get a t-shirt as well. So now is the time, while everybody's getting a drink, share the stream, like the stream, hashtag Oblivion Show when you share it. Really simple stuff. Get it shared, guys. And yeah, let's do it. And
awesome.
Yeah, everyone's calling out the video. It's fucking great work, man. Alex is the don.
I missed the video.
Oh man, do you want me to play it again for you?
I had to urinate. No, I'll watch it back. I'll watch it back later.
So yeah, nice one.
I mean, it's a ridiculous lineup, isn't it? To be fair.
Yeah, man.
I mean, yeah. How often does the UK get like single club night lineups like that?
Yeah, I can't believe it's actually going ahead finally as well. It's taken so fucking long. Honestly, it's been a nightmare pushing it back. But thank you to everyone for keeping believing with us. We haven't had a single request for a refund. That's the kind of support that, you know, you need for shit like
Can I get
this.
a refund? I didn't even know I could.
You're lucky you're still booked, mate. Right. So I guess we could jump into the chat. Yeah, we are starting it back up again, Jai. You're right. Everything is starting to come back finally.
Yeah.
Fucking finally.
Yeah. It's been amazing, hasn't it? The last few shows and stuff, you just see people are just crazy for it, and it's such a good vibe, man.
Yeah.
Like playing out at the moment, it's just yeah, people are just lapping it up. They're just you can see how much they've missed partying and stuff, and like even for me, like I've had so many great gigs lately, and you could just feel it in the atmosphere, you know, in the vibe and stuff.
Playing at Bolter, mate, was absolutely ridiculous.
Yeah, it was fun, wasn't it?
The vibe there was absolutely insane. So
yeah.
So guys, one last shout: share this, right? Share it, like it. Hashtag Oblivion Show. Make your post public. We'll give you away some free tickets. Alright?
Nice.
Good. Yeah, man. But yeah, going back to what you were saying, playing gigs. Like I played at Bolter last week, and then like that was a big festival thing, and that was like a massive stage, and you played after me, so you know what it was like there. And then I went from that, which was absolute chaos, to the week after playing a small club in Bristol with like 100 people, tiny room, again chaos. It was just
mosh pit.
It's just so nice to be back to it again, man. It's just like even leading up to the gig, you know, like you're not sure how it's going to go. You're not sure if your selection's right. I've got all these questions in my head. Like, why am I questioning myself? I should just go up there and do what we've been doing for fucking like 2 decades. Like, it just feels weird going to do it again. Yeah, and then you go in there and you drop the first tune and boom, it's just fucking poof, all of that shit's gone out the way.
What felt weird for me was actually flying again, because it's been like a year and a half, and like flying over to the UK, I was like, this actually feels kind of weird. And in a weird way, I realized how much I'd missed just having that, like I like when I like flying, because I like reading and listening to music and stuff like that, and you just shut off from everything, you know, you just have your own little space and time for a couple of hours or whatever, and I realized I kind of missed that. Like I didn't miss the kind of having to do all the travel and stuff, but just having that kind of little pocket of time where you just kind of like zone out from everything and like listen to an album or, you know, kind of read something good.
Yep.
Yeah, well, I missed mostly the loud volume, you know, just by hearing those tunes again on a banging system.
Feeling in your ribs.
Yeah, you got a little sub in your studio, in your speakers, but it's not the same, you know, and then you just throw it in there, and the whole stage which you stand on starts to shake, and then you're like, oh yes, and it's up. It's just like goosebumps. You need to hear that shit loud. So
yeah, for sure.
All right, well, let's move on to the next part of the show. So we have the DJ promo here. Woo! You in big camera. Welcome to the show again.
The big camera.
Yeah, thank you for coming on to the show.
Pleasure.
You've obviously got some new and exciting projects coming up, with the Third Movement, with Heresy, with The Alternative. But I think it'd be nice to talk a little bit about your history and your background, because I think there's some key observations around a kind of a cyclic timeline that we need to observe here. So I'd like to dig back a little bit, if we can, into your past, and how you got into DJing. I think you started DJing in '92, right? So,
well, I just started as a bedroom DJ. You know, I just was really fascinated. You probably don't know the guy, but we had a guy in Holland called Ben Liebrand, and he was doing master mixes. You know, every end of the year, I think it was first Christmas Day or something. He just mixed for 1 hour all the songs of the year together. And already since like mid '80s, I always was sitting there with my tape deck recording his mix. You know, during Christmas dinner, running off to change the tape around. You know, you had the 16-minute tape, so you had to turn it halfway around, record the show. And so I was always fascinated by mega mixes and stuff mixed together. And then I learned about vinyls and turntables, and I just wanted to master that skill of mixing 2 tunes together, you know, beat matching, just simple stuff. So I just started in my bedroom, really. I came out of school, dropped my school bag in the corner, and just for 2 hours I started mixing records just because I loved it. Not because I want to become a DJ or on stage or whatever. I just wanted to understand how that worked, to mix together all these kinds of music. And that's how it just started. And then, in the beginning of the 90s, these parties popped up just around my hometown. And I just started with the school party, and then some party in some gym school thing. And then, you know, bigger and bigger cafes, bars. And then you go in towns around your town, and then you go to Amsterdam, and then go through Hall of Holland, and it just expanded more and more. And but out of love for the DJing, not because I wanted to become a star DJ or be in the spotlight. It was always about the technique in the music.
I'm always really curious about how much different it must have been for people like you and people like Greg and I, with you coming up in Holland, with the scene being what it was and the differences. I mean, how was it actually growing up with hardcore being more of a in the commercial or in the everyday life, you know, in the mouth of everybody? How was that? Was it something that your family
of course,
was, you know?
I never really realized it until you say it now, you know, that you guys totally experienced it differently. Of course, I experienced it like it was, so for me it was sort of normal, and it just gradually grew. You know, the house came up, and then suddenly we had mellow house and gabber house. It was sort of split up. In Holland, they were really quick with boxes, you know, like we had trance and mellow house and club, and they all had these names for it. And I just followed my heart, and I always liked the more expressive kind of sounds of hardcore or music, techno music. And I just grew along with the hardcore stuff. And yeah, of course, then in the mid-90s, it sort of took over to a really big hype. I think like the mainstream got into hardcore and happy hardcore. And that's also for where it sort of started for me. Until then I was a DJ, and in 95, 96, I started to produce a bit. Do the same like the others, you know, speed up Supertramp samples and put some kick under it and sample some sounds from DJ Paul and, you know, buy a 909. And it was just really basic stuff. And yeah, then of course Thunderdome came up. At least more in the picture. Of course, Thunderdome was already there since '92, but I think the music and the brand Thunderdome really grew from 95, 96 onwards. And as a music label, I mean, more with artist group and everything. And yeah, I just went along with that. And yeah, the happy hardcore was great because it was huge, and suddenly everybody was into your music. You know, you sort of everybody understood how cool hardcore was, so that was cool. Until, of course, the point came that they made the whole stuff ridiculous, and yeah, hardcore died. You know, like in the 90s, it sort of the overkill came, and then luckily Tiesto stepped up with his trance music, and then all the sheep followed. You know, from the gabber hype, they went to the trance hype, and they sort of got out of the way. And yeah, that was for me the most interesting time, because then all the wannabes and not only the people, also the labels, you know, we had Mikado and doing Hell Raider and Thunderdome, and you know, you had all these knockoffs of people just wanted to make money out of our music. You know, we loved the music for what it was, and we wanted to express ourselves, and it wasn't a thing to make money. And then all these people came around trying to make money on our sound, and that was really irritating. Yeah. So I was actually glad that they sort of left. But yeah, the downside, of course, was that there was no big parties anymore. IDT totally dropped us. You know, there was no money to be made anymore in hardcore. So they just dropped us and just let us be, you know, and they went into the trance and Inner City and Tiesto. And so we had to sort of fight to get out of our contract. And that is actually how Third Movement sort of came to life. I left IDT with the A&R manager at that time. And we decided together to sort of start a new label. And actually, the first name we came up with for our label was Coop Records. We wanted to pull a coup on the hardcore scene and sort of steal away all the artists from IDT and, you know, and just begin our own movement. Yeah. And that was the first name we had for the label. And yeah, we were really young and ballsy, so we just actually contacted all the contacts that IDT had. So the designer, the mastering studio, the Bumestembra, the pressing plant. And we just told them like, hey, we're taking over all the contacts. IDT stopped doing hardcore and we're continuing. And they were all like, okay, fine. Because it was really hard to get a contract with the pressing plant. You know, there was a lot of vinyl being pressed back then. So you couldn't really get in between. You couldn't get a contract. You couldn't get a deal with Buma. You couldn't get a good mastering studio. They had so much work, and we just convinced them with a big bullshit story, like, "Hey, we're taking the gap that IDT left behind," and that's how we sort of started the Third Movement, just by with a little attitude.
That was on the turn of the millennium, right?
Yeah, that was around 99. Yeah. We planned everything in 2000. We started, I think, just by pressing some records. I think Promo File 7 was the first one. Freaky Speaka, the first CAT scan. We decided to take CAT-scan along with us because he was some young guy that we sort of just discovered at IDT. And then we just continued into just pressing records. It was just a mess. We just pressed vinyls and we sold a couple of thousands of them, and then we got money on our bank account. We're like, what the fuck's this? Let's do another record, This is fun. yeah. So that's how we started, like really in our bedroom, basically with a fax machine. We did everything by fax back then. Had to print all the things and all the orders to the pressing plant by fax. And we just, money came in. Okay, let's press some more records, and that's sort of how it started. So
this was around the time that you released I Come Correct, I guess.
Yeah, that was Promo File 7. Yeah, that was the first. I had a file or style switch. I think until Promo File 5, I really used the now iconic Promo File kick. Yeah. And after a while, I was sort of sick of it because I sort of expected everybody was going to copy it. After 4 or 5 records, it had such an impact. I was like, now everybody's going to do it. So I stopped using it. And I was like, okay, I'm going to go in a different direction. You clearly hear that on Promo File 6 with the bad guy, and it's a bit more Italy inspired. I played a lot in Italy in 99, 2000, and it was really inspired by the Stun Guy sound and the Italy sound. And then I run into, I remember well on the party in Bologna, I was booked by Placid K, a good friend of mine, and he booked me there. And there was this really crazy, weird live act. I think it was in 99. And they were called Noise Suppressor, and they were playing live in front of me, and I was like, what the is this? It was just left, right, backwards, forwards, backwards, left, right. There was no structure, no arrangement, like you knew how it, it just evolved into all kinds of crazy shit. And then I came home, and I was really like the next day, like, what the hell did I just hear? And then I went to the studio, and I made Running Against the Rules. It was like, that was totally inspired by the first time ever I heard Noise Suppressor.
Awesome.
Just because it was just, there was no, like Running Against the Rules. It just goes from left to right, right. Stuff comes in. No, it's just crazy stuff. Do whatever you want. Yeah. And they really inspired me to go into a new direction. And that was right away the first record that we pressed on Third Movement.
Nice.
Awesome.
Well, I'm going to play I Come Correct now.
Oh, I haven't heard it in a while.
Well, everything will be open again soon, bro. Every weekend.
No, I meant it a bit sarcastically, but yeah.
Yeah, I know.
Go for it.
Motherfucker, yeah, I see that. All y'all fake motherfuckers up in the joint, huh? Stealing my light, huh? Watch me do it, watch
I'm not with none of that. Standing around, looking cool and shit. I want y'all motherfuckers to jump the fuck up.
Fcker.
Nice. Iconic track, man. And Jipe saying, I feel like I'm 13 years old again.
Yeah.
He always feels like he's 13 years old.
No, I just hear so mmany defaults in the production because on the left side, the channel is clipping off the synth. You hear this crackling because it just went into the red on the CD recorder. It was all recorded by and then the stolen kick drum from Art of Fighters, you know, that clearly the hardcore rules the world kick. It was but yeah, really simple but effective. Melody was a bit based on, I think, First Rebirth. Like I
could hear the Jones and Stevenson,
Yeah, that was a bit, but yeah. And then it was quiet.
What's that noise then? I wonder what the noise was in the background. I heard it.
It wasn't me.
Don't go
Jasper's asking for 95%. I don't know what that means.
Ah, come on. Yeah, it's his favorite track. I really lost all my respect for him when he told me.
You had respect for him.
Well, at some point. Now 95 Against Me is a track for me by under the name Unknown. Also a really cool story if we have the time for it. But there was this. I had to play in Germany, and back then I was sort of bigger name, so I was the headliner, and I had to play at 1 o'clock or something. And I arrived at this party, and there's this guy playing before me, some local German guy. And he's just playing, and you all been there that this guy doesn't want to stop. You know, at 1 o'clock, I was like, okay, looking like, hey, I'm getting paid, so I need to play. And so I just kindly told him, like, hey, I'm ready. Can I take over? And he just looked at me like I was shit and turned back and just continued for another 5 minutes, 10 minutes. So I tapped again on his shoulder. I'm like, dude, I need to play. You know, I don't care, but they pay me a lot of money to play here, so I need to do my thing, you know? And again, he looked at me like, he's like, oh, go away. So I was like, whatever. So this guy was a total asshole. And then I learned that this guy was called DJ Unknown. So being a little prick that I was, the next week I went in the studio and I made a track, and I was like, you know what? Okay, I'm just going to call this track as an artist named DJ Unknown, and then you're fucked, you know, because I have all this reach. I released this track on my label, and everybody will think that Unknown is me. I would just, you know, it was just a sort of dick move to kill his DJ name. And that's how the track. But it's a really melodic track and a really typical promo melody stuff from that time. And apparently Jipe loves it. He remixed it even for his album. I think I luckily he didn't make the album. I think
this album sounds amazing.
Yeah, this Sapher collab Sapher collab is amazing too. Yeah, highly anticipated.
So going back to like the early promo releases and stuff, what was your sound based on them? Because you had like really recognizable kicks. You found a really good kind of kick sound, didn't you? As soon as you heard it, you were like, wow, that's a big promo track straight away. So where did that vibe come from?
Definitely Mr. Caripana.
Right,
you know, when Joe was already talking a bit about this cyclic thing that you see coming back in my career and also in Third Movement, and that was also when hardcore died in Holland. I was like, okay, what can we do? For me, we need to go back to the essentials. So Generator records, Adam and Eve records, the early PCP stuff, Industrial Strength. That was for me like the real hardcore. So I was like, okay, we need to go back to this dark industrial thing, but I wanted to bring it in a more sort of Dutch mainstream kind of atmosphere. And then at that point, Masochist came up also with Killing Scum and Anticipation, this track. And I was like, yeah, that's sort of the right mix, you know, this ravey, old school sound, but with new kick drums. He also had this massive 909 kick drum. He modulated this 909, so he got these really long kick drums. And I was like, yeah, I need to, you know, make a kick drum like Marco Caripana, like Bill Driver, like, you know, just and then I just put my 909s through 20 different devices, a vocoder, a tape deck, 5 DJ mixers, and I just looped it and looped it and looped it. And in the end, a sample came out because the file kick is a sample, and then I put it in my ASR sampler, which has a certain dynamics, and then there was this filter in there, you know, that made the famous that sort of.
Okay, so that was the ASR filter, was it?
Totally. Yeah,
right,
it was really simple. I connected the envelope to the filter, and I just in Cubase, because I was still on the Atari, you know, there was no tricks or whatever. I just drew in the velocity like this in Cubase, like, and the louder you put it, the higher the kick became. So if you hear what the fuck, it's just from 20 velocity to 127. It's
Awesome.
It's just the filter coming
Yeah.
connected to the envelope. And so I found this little trick, and it sort of worked. But yeah, the main vibe also for the synths, the reverbs, it's totally Mark. You know, Mark is for me the master and the guy that invented hardcore. So I'm like, he's the true godfather. You know, he deserves respect. Yep. So it was a mix of his sound with other sounds. You know, with the Dutch sound that was around, and it was just a great period because there was no rules anymore. You know, the hardcore as it was could not be anymore because it couldn't be that fast neophyte Paul L stock up and down static. You know, it was all offbeat, 185 BPM. People didn't want that anymore because that was the you know, not Paul L stock and neophyte, but I mean that sound was killed by the commercial stuff, by the party animals and all that. So that 185 sound could not be anymore. So then suddenly we're like, but what can hardcore be then? You know, it was me and Endymion and CatScan and Armageddon came and Noise Suppressor, and we were all friends, and we were just like, there is no rules. You know, we're gonna decide how hardcore is gonna sound now.
Yeah.
And we brought in musical stuff, classical music. We brought in drum and bass vibes, techno vibes, just everything mixed together with some millennium sound, how they call it now. And it just there was so much room to do whatever you wanted. Because we only knew what we couldn't do anymore, and that was so liberating. We could just do whatever we wanted.
It started certainly within my circles. It started this cult of kick drum enthusiasts, like a filter kick enthusiast, like Ant Tones, who's in the chat, and Dean Devastator, hunting down the most obscure filter kick tracks that they could find because of this thing that was kicked off by this kind of movement. And it was a really cool time for us. It's in the UK when it came over. I mean, you were playing North regularly then, Greg, and you were hammering that sound on the promo files there as well, right?
Yeah, we were playing on like 45-8 though, mixed in all sorts of crazy shit.
With the screwdrivers out. And
sorry, dude. Like +16 and stuff. Yeah, we butchered your tracks, dude.
All the French guys did the same. I came to France once and I was like, what the fuck on 45? Like, I was like, okay.
Man. And in hindsight, I'd be devastated if I heard someone's playing one of my tracks on 45-8 now. You know, so fun times.
Let's play a track that was synonymous with that era. Let's play Freaky Speaka. This is a banger.
Yeah.
Let's go. I'm gonna grab a beer.
You know what I'm saying? Taking you back to the next millennium.
lost count of the amount of times that I queued on that bit where it slows down and kicked myself.
Yeah.
But it was one of the first tracks for me, like from a very typical 4/4 background, that slowed down like that, and it really like made me go, "Wow, what the fuck is this?"
How it hadn't been done. Yeah, I didn't know how to fill up the track. The track itself is already like 3 minutes 50, which is really short for that time. You know, normally tracks were 5-6 minutes. And I just had this one hook, and I didn't know how to fill it up. And I thought, like, okay, back in the days we had these slow down breakdowns, you know, tempo change. And I thought, if I do that, then I'm a minute further in the track, you know. I don't have to think of something else. And I just did that, like,
pad it out.
Yeah. But yeah. Also, crazy story about this track. Freaker Speaka is actually me doing an attempt to the Italian sound. You know, there was we just had this big hit on Trackstorm called "Hardcore Will Never Die" by I think it's Impulse Factory. I don't know if you guys remember that with the synth. "Hardcore Will Never Die," and then the synth was like, you know, So I was fucking around with my Alpha Juno, and then I made this synth sound. I was like, oh my god, that's the sound of Impulse Factory, and I just turned the synth around. It's the and then it's like almost the same sort of riff.
Right, yeah.
And then I was like, okay, the 909 was like really tweaking. I had like compressors on it and gates on it to keep the feedback of the 909. So me and Cats can always knew how to just press it to that point where the gate couldn't take the level anymore. You sat there just beep, 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 you know, where the feedback came through the gate. So we just really limited to that point where we couldn't go anymore. And I made that track and I sent it to Trackstorm. I thought this is going to be my hit on Trackstorm. You know, it was a big example. And I sent it to Max, Monopoly of Stunt Guys. And he was like, yeah, I don't know. And blah, 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 blah. And then I was like, I think it's sort of a hit, you know? So I was like, okay, I'm just going to start my own label and release it and do it on Third Movement. And till today, he's like, okay, he doesn't have hair on his head anymore, but he's willing to pull it out, you know. Every time he hears the song, he's like, fuck, I should have signed that song, you know, like on Trackstorm.
Missed that one.
But yeah, and it's one of the most sketchy of my song, I think. And I always have a message in the sample that says something that has a meaning, and this just doesn't. It just doesn't make any sense, you know. Taking you back to the next millennium, and then the sample. You know what I'm saying? That's like that is the joke for me. Like, I don't know what the fuck it is about. You know?
What are you saying? I don't know.
And people are doing now podcasts and events calling it "Taking You Back to the Next Millennium," you know. And I'm like, what? What is it? Taking you back to the next? I'm like, I don't know.
Where is that sample actually from?
It's from Flav.
Flavor Flav.
Yeah. Right, okay.
But he did a solo record, and there was this EP, really bad song, but there was this a cappella on it, and I used it. And you hear all the Public Enemy bits also, you know, say what? All the samples are from Public Enemy albums. I'm a huge Public Enemy fan, and
likewise,
I always reused all the samples that they did. I'm a really sample nerd, so I digged up all the sample parts that they used on Fear of a Black Planet and Fixation, you know, and then I reused them in all of my tracks. They're all over my tracks. Everywhere there's little...
It's just amazing. Chuck D and Flav, they've just got amazing voices, haven't they? They're just built for sampling.
Totally.
And their tracks are all based on sampling anyway, so it almost feels like you're doing them an honor by sampling them, you know, because they sampled everyone, so it's like
I heard that some people sometimes pointed out to him. There was a time that he worked with some Dutch rappers, or he did something with some Dutch artists, and then some people were all telling him like, "Hey, do you know that you're being sampled by all these hardcore artists?" And then he was sort of like, "Oh, I'm okay with it," you know. I'm like, "Okay, we also sampled stuff with the Bomb Squad, you know, who made all his productions." Not Envital, but I mean the real Bomb Squad who produced the tracks.
Shockley,
and Shockley, there you go. So yeah, those tracks were also shocking. Public Enemy was a major influence for my sound.
Amazing producer, and just for me as well. I mean, growing up when I first heard Public Enemy, it just blew my mind. And then seeing them live, they're still one of my favorite bands that I've ever seen live. Just the amount of energy and just lose your shit crazy when you see them. They're fantastic.
Yeah, it's them and the Prodigy that for me are the two acts that majorly influenced.
Christ.
Yeah. And so that's where the madness comes from.
Yeah.
So that takes us through like 2001, I think that was. And then I'm reading my notes here. So
nice.
Yeah. So in 2004, CatScan left TTM, right? And you you went alone in that.
Well, like I said, I started Third Movement in 2000 with the A&R manager from IDT, or the assistant A&R manager. The A&R manager was Dennis Douland, DJ Weirdo. And then this guy under him that assisted him was the guy that really believed in the more darker sound. So together we sort of became friends. We started the label, and it was all fun in the beginning because shitloads of money came in from the vinyls. You know, we sold 3,000, 4,000, 5,000 vinyls. So every month, 1,000, 15,000 euro came in on the account, and so we had all the money in the world. But after a year and a half, I realized that I did all the work. I was promo, I performed, I did all the songs, I did all the licensing, I did all the faxes, I did all the taxes, I did the artwork, I did the pressings for the vinyl, and in the end, he didn't do shit. And then that started to, cause irritation by me.
You did the artwork too. I didn't know that.
No. It was done by another guy, but I mean, arrange the artwork.
Oh, you facilitated it. Yeah.
Send it to the distribution. Make sure you get your money. So I did like all the work for the label, like 95%. Yeah. And he was just laying in bed and going to the ATM and taking cash from our account. And in the end, that just came to a point that I was like, okay, I cannot do this anymore. And so I gave him a sort of a few warnings, like, hey, dude, you really need to step up your game to do 50-50 with me, this company. Otherwise, it's not fair. I want to stop working with you. No, I'm going to be better, and it's going to be fine, and I'm going to do, lots of promises. And so it took like a year or a year and a half that every 6 months, I told him, like, dude, I cannot do this anymore. I'm doing all the work. You're taking the money, half of the money. That's not how it works. And in the meantime, he clearly noticed that I was trying to get rid of him, that we were going to split up at some point. And what he did with that, what I didn't know, was behind my back, really buddy up with CatScan, with Bart. And Bart and me were like, brothers in the studio. We are now again, we just spent last week in the studio. Luckily, we found each other again. We were really good friends. But what he did behind my back, he was like, if Bart had a new track, then he came to me. So Bart didn't come to me, but the guy came to me with the demo, like, hey, here's the new CatScan. And I was like, whoa, this is sick, I always felt like my ass was kicked and I needed to get back in the studio to do better than Bart. We were really like upping each other. And then he went to Bart, like saying, Sep thought it was weak and that his stuff is better. And so he was behind my back, like shitting on Bart's track. And I didn't know about that. So by the time that that I really forced him, and it got really ugly with a lawsuit and everything, that I got him out of my company, or our company, he totally influenced Bart and totally set him up against me. So I didn't want to sacrifice Bart in his career. And I was like, when we split up by court, I said, okay, you take Bart with you. I was convinced that in the long run, Bart would see who was right and he would come back to me. I didn't want to destroy his career. It had a huge impact on me, music-wise. I couldn't produce anymore. I was only, sitting with lawyers and shit, and it was really hectic. So I decided to let Bart go. So Bart went with him, and they started PAM Records back then. I don't know if you remember. They did some releases, and after a few years, of course, Bart came to me and explaining like, hey, I had no idea that this guy. And then he screwed over Dana and Japo and Lenny and Neophyte, and he screwed over almost everybody in the scene. So in the end, everybody found out that it wasn't me that was the bad guy, but it was him. But it took a couple of years. So by that time, I sort of continued myself, and then of course Crystal came to the company. Who I later married. He came to the company, and she really professionalized it. She took over the bookkeeping, the taxes, the production, so I could focus on the artist and the music, and then we could really continue. But it was a couple of rough years, and that's where I sort of lost Bart, lost CatScan. But like I said, in the end, it all turned out. So
it always does, right?
You always gain people like Deep Passion, and some of those other people came along there.
That was the thing also when Bart, after a few years, came to me like, hey, shit, I was totally wrong, and he came to apologize, like, hey, I didn't see clearly and I was totally influenced and I want to come back to the Third Movement. I told him like, sorry, but you cannot come back now because Deep Passion is my new guy. He's the guy behind me. I'm with him. So I advised him to, he was good friends with Outblast, go to Masters of Hardcore, continue there. and we'll see in the future. And luckily, over the last years, we picked up our production. We did the Reckless album. There's some new single coming out also soon. Again, we work a lot together. We live close by. He's moving actually really close to me in a couple of months. So we're really good again. But I was sure it was going to prevail in the end, but I didn't want to involve him in the whole lawsuit and all the dirty stuff. So that was that.
Nice.
And nice.
No, it's nice to hear these stories. People are interested in this shit, so it's cool. So, and I guess that brings us to Vicious Circle. Then, dare I say it? Is that relevant for this kind of era? Is this indicative
that was
of
a track I did, and the guy that is on the track, Access, was the guy that I did the company with. So back then we were friends, just in the studio. I was doing the track, he was there, so to give him a break. So I also put his name with it, like a sort of, like he did back in the day. Yeah. So
you
that's why
play it or not?
Yeah, absolutely. Because in the end, it's probably my best track, if not, one of my best, I think. So and most iconic for the really foul kick sound. So
yeah,
please.
Okay.
Awesome.
Let's do that.
There we go.
Oh, that kick.
We have one. Absolute classic.
Stuff a legend.
Somebody asked an interesting question in the chat, and I did wonder it when I was putting these into Record Box.
Yeah,
right, when Record Box analysed this, it gave me 142.84 BPM. Right, and then when I tried to change it to 183 and grid it, it was like nuh-uh later in the track. So was there a shift in the pitch, in the tempo somewhere, or is it just because it's old and it's a little bit disjointed, or what is that?
Record Box sucks.
Or is it just Record Box tripping?
No, it's because you used hardware. This is fully done via MIDI and hardware, and there was just variations in there. It's still, if you record hardware synths now, they're always a bit off, and the tempo, especially your 909, You know, all the stuff is 909 based, so you see that there's always, you know, if you sample it now, it's totally off the grid. If you have 4 claps of a 909, there's this timing difference, and I think that ends up in the 0.15% difference. You know, you have the 142.5 or 85. So there's the 0.15.
So there you go, James Bufferland. Somebody asking in the chat, is this a vinyl rip? I wouldn't be playing a vinyl rip of his track.
It's 143 probably. Some tracks I did do like that because you used the sample. You know, you have a certain. I think you know from back in the rave days, if you had this breakbeat with your old school sample, it didn't work on 130, but it worked on 129.855.
So your track would end up at the speed of the breakbeat, right? Yeah,
but that was not the case with this. It's just a MIDI delay. So Record Box sees it wrongly. It was the same with when Envito redid Phreak Speaka, his re-Phreak version. You know, like it's totally off. It's also like if you put it in the Record Box, it's 182, I think, but on your CD player, it's 181 or something. There's like a whole note difference. Yeah, it's just timing difference.
So what came next then? I mean, how were you? What was your position in the scene now? Let's just think about this from a looking down, an aerial view. What was the third movement at this time in relevance to the rest of the scene? What was happening elsewhere? What were you? What was your position? What was happening? How was that?
Well, I didn't really realize what was going on and how big we were with this sound. I mean me and Catscan. I think we. You know, looking at it back now, I think we maybe that sounds really arrogant, but like owned like 60% of the scene, you know, like with our sound.
That. Yeah, for
sure.
You
know, it used to be Neophyte and Paul and all this melodic stuff. It was like 80% melodic, and then there was like 20% of Lenny doing his stuff, and Delta 9. There was a little in the late 90s, and then we came up with Endymion, Nosferatu, Dion, Armageddon, all these guys. I think we just sort of owned it. You know, that like the sound we brought, and I'm not talking about me and Catscan only, but we with the whole group of the guys I just named and others, we just owned it. It was like 60-70% the tracks that were played on night were these kind of tracks, these weird new, you know, the Catscan stuff and the Endymion stuff. It was all people, and then you had Evil Activities and Neophyte still doing their thing and doing it really well. You know, it was good for the balance. But the balance was totally off suddenly. It was like, you saw that also with the Thunderdome in 2001, I think, in the Heineken Music Hall. That was just like the whole lineup was dark with Manu and Luke and Armageddon. And, you know, it was all, there was a
dark, chunky industrial,
shift.
Wasn't it? It was like,
Yeah, but it was also because me and the guy that, you know, I worked with for Third Movement, we got control over Thunderdome. They asked us to do the compilation CDs. The series with the full color CDs, I don't know if you remember them. You had the black, the gray, the green, and the red one. Those 4, we did them, and we came up with the concept, or actually I came up with the concept, and let's do one CD dark with really experimental stuff to really push people's minds, and CD 2 was like an overview of all the hits right now on the dance floor. That was a bit the concept of the new Thunderdome CD. And we also did that with the lineup, and then suddenly they say like, oh, you can do the lineup because Thunderdome was not important anymore. You know, Thunderdome died in 2000. They didn't do the edition. So in 2001, we could do a small edition for 6,000 people in the Heineken Music Hall. And they said, do whatever you want. So we just grabbed that chance and said, like, okay,
for sure,
you know? And that really helped to the bigger audience to show that suddenly we were the new sound, you know? And all these artists mattered, and all these artists were taken seriously. Manu was around for years and years, but on small illegal parties and on Hellraiser, of course, but not on the main stages. And suddenly these guys and Luke also, they ended up on the main stage because we just put them there where they deserve to be, actually. So.
Yeah,
awesome.
And at what point was Rude Awakening? What point did that project start up?
That was a Rude Awakening was as I guess promo. I always wanted to surprise people. I don't want to do 2 times the same thing. I sometimes did. Of course, you always get triggered into that. You know, Hurricane Brain was clearly a follow-up of Phreak Speaker, trying to do it again. You know, you always get triggered into that. But mostly, I always try to, you know, I'm a producer that makes 100 tracks, and if one of them changes the sound of hardcore that year, then I'm happy. I'm not a guy that tries to make every song I do a hit and the new hit after the hit after the hit, like many of my colleagues do. I think it's always focused on scoring a hit and being in the limelight, you know. And I just in spotlight, sorry, and I just try to inspire or trigger people to go into a different direction. Yeah. And that is how I always made music. And then with promo, at some point I got so popular that everything I did was good, you know. I made a new song, and before anyone heard it, before the vinyl was out, it was great. Promo's the best, and it's sick.
Yeah, there was a time when we were just buying them just without listening.
Yeah, people just bought it blind. It was a sort of guarantee for quality or whatever, you know. They knew it, and it just pissed me off at some point. People were not listening anymore to what I was doing. You know, I was screaming with samples in my song, like, "Hey, wake up! Like, listen to what I'm doing." And people were just, "Oh, it's promo. It's brilliant." And I'm like, "Did you listen to the track?" "No, but it's brilliant." I'm like, "Okay," but you know, it just pissed me off. And then I felt this huge urge to experiment and to make music that was so appalling that people would really wake up and think like, "What the fuck is he doing?" That was what Rude Awakening was for, like a rude awakening, like wake up. And I just, you know, I used to do, next to promo, I always did like promo songs with all this melody stuff, and I love to do it. And after 3 weeks, I was just sick of it, and I started to do techno, or I did this really distorted techno stuff that I used to do, but I never recorded it until my partner from the label heard it once night, and he was like, "What are you doing?" I said, "There's nothing. It's like just a sort of, you know, frustration music that I make when I'm done with all these sick melodies and thinking about how the track should be and all the catchy samples. I make something that is so rude that it's just noise." And he was like, "You're going to record that from now on." So all these live jams that I did at night in 3-4 hours time, I started recording them, and that became the first Rude Awakening EP. Those are just live jams of the first sounds I could think of, jammed together, distorted together, overloaded, just totally turned to shit.
For me, that came at a really awesome time, because I was doing like hard acid techno and hard techno and like really hard UK and German sounding techno at that time. That's what I was DJing, but I was also into the promo file sound and like the more industrial, dare I say it, sound. So that sound, that Rude Awakening sound, was kind of the bridge ability for me to go from this hard techno-y kind of noisy sound into a more hardcore sound. So it was like, it just came at a perfect time for me, and I have all of those on vinyl. Brilliant.
Yeah, for me it was just frustration music, and just to shock. It was really to shock, like, how much noise can I make? How much can I turn it into the red till people are really not digging it anymore? And then suddenly this whole sort of feedback came from the crowd that they sort of loved it. And I was like, "Are you sure, you know? Are you sure this is cool?" Like, really? So, and then I sort of ran into another problem, that suddenly they started to call me the king of industrial. There was this around this time, 2003, 2004, that suddenly they announced me on parties like, you know, not anymore like the guy from the Files or whatever, or the Third Movement boss, but I was the king of industrial, because I also felt the need to start to play this music on stage as promo. And there I totally messed up a bit. I was like, okay, after a year, I sort of realized, like, no, you know, promo needs to stay promo, and for the other experiment, there needs to be another name, because it's too far apart. People are going to be confused booking promo and then getting this rude industrial sound. So that's why I decided to split it up. And since then, I use my more experimental side for the Rude Awakening stuff, and promo, I keep it a bit more melodic and more accessible. That I realized that it would be stupid to throw away 10 years of career and being on that level DJ wise and on these stages by just playing because, you know, I want to play something else. So
So how do you think your sounds evolved over the years? I mean, I'm just looking at the tracks that we have to play here. How do you think that your sound evolved from, say, 2005 to 2011, something like Spineless? What did you do differently? Did you stay on hardware, or did you do more stuff with software? What was the journey?
No, until that time, I used hardware for a long time. I think not until was the album Digital Mind, Analog Mind in Digital World. That was the first switch that I really switched to plugins, but I had a really hard time with it. I think you can hear it also in my tracks. My mixer went down, and I could not really make it work, but I had to. you know, because I had all these young kids coming to the label like, oh, me, and they were like, yeah, teach me how all the tricks work with the soft synths. And I was like, dude, I don't know, you know, I had to learn how these plugins work because I had all these young kids that I had to advise about, you know, how to improve their mixes with software, and I couldn't. So I had a really hard time with that, with letting go the hardware, and also because the software couldn't do what my hardware did. You know, nowadays I'm really comfortable with using software because the quality really improved and you can do a lot more with it, you know. You have some really, like Serum, for instance, a great synth that really comes close to a hardware synth. So I can really get the same feeling back. But it took me a long time to... But that was
a different world now, isn't it? It's like it was like when Hollywood first started doing like computer graphics. It was kind of horrible, and it was kind of like that with kind of like working on your PC, doing music and stuff. If you were used to kind of hardware, the like classic original stuff, it just felt plasticky and weird and horrible at first, and it took a long time to get to where we are now.
And to embrace it also as a producer.
Yeah.
You know, it took me really 3 or 4 years to really turn the button like, hey, it's okay, you know, to use software, and it's okay to do to use these things and become friends with it instead of being against it and keep saying that the hardware was better. And it was in the beginning, but now it's not anymore. And I have to say I lost the whole I don't know, with hardware it always felt organic, you know. You were twisting
like
buttons
hands-on,
while you were recording it, and you were panning while recording. You did some panning, you did some filtering, some mid sweeping. The synths and the 909 were off, which created a sort of, you know, flow. And I don't know, it's always, I still love it when you put a 909 on and you crank it on an analog mixer with a Juno. It's still 100 times better than any Serum and sample kick. But it takes a lot of room in your studio. You know, it's a lot of work to maintain all the machines. They all break down. You have all the feedback sounds, and people don't recognize it as hardcore anymore because it doesn't sound this clean and mixed, and you know, it needs to be all. Yeah, of course.
I mean, I like the way Luke Producer's doing things now, where he's kind of gone back to the old early 2000 hardware. He's gone back to the Akai's and everything like that, putting his breaks through those, and then he's bouncing them out to software. So I
think Mad Dog is doing the same. So
it's kind of
he just
best of both worlds, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's totally. I just simply
Luke's
don't
new
have
stuff
to.
is ridiculous. Real good.
I didn't hear it yet, but okay. Yeah, it was a big transition. The period before that, I really still did a lot of hardware. I used some software. I just got a sound card. I remember when I did the tablet, that the song The Tablet, that the vocals were not loud anymore because I always used the ASR sampler, and this had such a high output in dynamics. All my samples always screamed in the tracks, and I realized now also my kick drums and everything that I put through there was really pumped out of there. It has a certain huge dynamic output, this sampler, and then suddenly my vocals were all like low in volume and it was all messed up. So it was a big search in finding my way back again. And now it's sort of cool again to use hardware, you know. If I look at Mark and the Mover stuff, everybody's going back to analog and buying drum computers, and so
again, cyclic, right? All this shit always
totally
comes back around.
So
2011 Spineless, this was all hardware, you say?
I think the kick was I have to think. I think it was a Yomox or a Microtonic that I sort of did through analog mixers and then recording it like digitally. But the synths are all also like Greg said, like I sampled everything, but it was all created with hardware sounds, all the little beeps and the synths and the. But it was, I think it was mixed
Record
digitally.
Box should have it nailed then.
Well, I see 175.5, so no way.
Yeah, maybe not.
But maybe that was because of the vocal. This could be one of those things. You know, you're lazy, you put the vocal, and then you're like, oh, it's...
and then you do it, rest to it.
Half a beat.
Don't
You fucking pussy will get dead and cause you're spineless.
Underground.
And if that's the case, I'ma bash your face. I blast for days, come and burn down your house. That's the way I get down when you take food out my mouth. I got my revolutionary ways, trying to eat. I got my revolutionary ways, trying to eat. I got my revolutionary ways.
Snacks.
Snacks. What
Snack
snacks have
time.
you got?
Got some Maltesers, got some crisps, got some.
Nice.
Wow.
I love the Netherlands, man. Paprika crisps with it, like, it's fucking fantastic.
And I just went to France last week and they don't have paprika chips.
It's like,
I was
what the fuck? Yeah, I don't want to go back to the UK now. No paprika, I don't want to know.
Yeah. Crazy. Yeah,
So any
spineless.
spineless, yeah.
Yeah,
any
this is
more on
probably
that?
the typical promo sound. This is the stuff I like to do best, I think. Like weird, grungy, deep kicks with a lot of rap samples, a lot of edits, things. I don't know. It's really, yeah, that's where I feel most comfortable, I think. And always this message, you know, like the whole song is about. Guys are spineless, you know, like making. I think he picked up a little something in the UK, or
COVID.
Maybe.
COVID Joe.
It's
he's
been
sneezing the whole
4
show.
days. No, that's the first sneeze.
Oh, okay.
Come on.
Oh,
So no,
So-
it's just like a, yeah.
Around this time, 2011, 2012, I might be completely wrong here, but you dropped a couple of albums in succession around this time. Is that, have I got that right?
I think
was
so.
that a little
Well,
bit later?
there's always been like 2 years in between, I think, or 3 maybe.
Okay.
But there was a Rude Awakening thing, I think, also. I think Judas dropped in 2012, and I was pretty productive at that time. Yeah,
Yeah.
did a lot of stuff.
People in the chat loving that track, by the way.
Cool.
Yeah, and there's people talking about saying we should make industrial the mainstream and stuff like that.
Bring
I'm
it
sure
back.
I feel- yeah, bring it-
That's what we're trying to do.
Joe did a gay sounding sneeze. Yeah, sorry. But, oh, there's cats.
Cats, more cats.
Oh,
Yo,
black
Maxi.
one.
Big one.
It's fed off time already. Maxi?
Yeah, Maxi. Oh, so the last track we have from you to play here is Eradicate.
Yeah, it's from around the same time, I think. You probably know the year. I don't know it, but
It's 2012.
2012. Yeah, again, it's something that feels really me somehow. The track, weird, different. The rap samples again, the aggression. For me, that is really, yeah, where I feel most comfortable. And I'm not able to produce songs like that every week. So, you know, sometimes something like that comes out, and yeah, I just love them. That's why I chose it.
Yeah. Well, I'm just going to jump straight into this.
Yeah, drop
play
it.
Go on then.
Let's go.
I'll eat some crisps.
Suckers to the side, I know you hate. Suckers to the side, I know you hate.
We eradicate. Bound to take matters in our own hands.
My sound cynical, style individual.
We eradicate. It's time to set shit straight.
Time out, bring all your rhymes out. I break competitors in any weapon they bring. The underground crown contender, the soldiers who won't surrender.
It's time to set shit straight.
Took a long time for the best to come. We've been in the lab, now the weapon is done, yeah. Original, not like the rest. Took a long time for the best to come. We've been in the lab, now the weapon is done, yeah. Original, not like the rest. I double and I do it to death. Original, not like the rest. I double and I do it to death. While the number one DJ rule the decks. Suckers to the side, I know you hate.
We eradicate.
Nice. Eradicate.
Awesome.
Promo. Real nice. Everyone's calling out tracks that they want to hear. Later on, if there's questions or tracks that you want later on, we can do them in the Q&A. No worries. No worries.
It's always difficult to, you ask me like choose some of your favorites, but it's always
for sure. For sure.
It's a bit impossible.
Yeah. So how do you think things have evolved since, like, this is 2012 until current day? What's the main differences, do you think, that have happened?
Uptempo. That's what's changed. Yeah.
Well,
yeah, I don't know. In the beginning I sort of understood the whole split up, because let's go to like 2015, 16, 17. Then you had this sort of, I named it popcore. I don't know if you know what I mean with that.
Yeah,
it's
totally.
Sort of, it was really well done by guys like Evil Activities and whatever. Really good productions. They started to record, violins and singers and sort of mix pop with hardcore, like really full on, and production-wise top. Like really cool also to record your own vocals and write your own lyrics. But it just became sort of over the top and so far away. I love a good vocal, I love a cheesy melody, but it became a bit, I don't know, too serious suddenly. They were all pretending to be like pop producers, and then it was all about the production suddenly, and it needed to be produced super well in an expensive studio, and you need to have those compressors and the UAT plugins, otherwise it was shit. And it was so pretentious that I think people just sort of stepped away from it, like, hey, this is not hardcore anymore. Hardcore is dirty and grimy. Even if it's melodic, there needs to be some dirt in there.
It's got to be a bit of punk to it, right?
Yeah, all these kicks that, back in the days, all these tracks had different kicks. If you played a track by me or CatScan or Endymion, it was like every 3 minutes there was a different impulse. The kick was totally different range, and that was what really worked and kept everything going during the millennium. And then now it was just sort of overproduced, overmixed, everything was clean, and people just stepped away from it. And people who love melody and atmosphere, which sort of lacked because it was sort of plastically fabricated, it was not real anymore. They went to the hardstyle, and from hardstyle, raw style came, people that loved hardcore but loved melody and wanted to see girls on parties and whatever. They went to the raw style. And then, of course, you had the guys that really were into hardcore because hardcore is tough and it needs to be hard. And from that came Uptempo, which I fully understand, because for a lot of people, fast is hard. A high tempo is hard. It's tough. It's like dun, 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 dun. It's like
it's the endless debate, isn't it? Fast versus hard. Fast is fast hard.
Yeah,
like
it's not a debate, but it's a logical explanation
yeah.
that people that went for the atmosphere and the melody and the millennium type feeling from the breaks that you have now in hardstyle, you know, that's actually based on the millennium hardcore breaks, the melodies that me and Endymion did and all these guys did. You know, I'm not want to reference all the time at the same guys, but Evil Activities, for instance, did in the earlier years. The melodies were great. The playa, you know, the stuff is just. So I understood that people went to raw style. That's why raw style exploded. Also, actually, it was hard style, but these people wanted actually to hear hardcore. You know, hard style was too soft, so raw style evolved from that. And then the tough guys went on like first to terror. You know, suddenly there was a big noise kick and Drox and Akira. They all went up out of nowhere because everybody went to the terror area again because fast is hard. Mm-hmm. And then from that came Uptempo, and Uptempo, next to it being shit, like Greg said.
I didn't say that.
He just chucked you under the bus.
No, it's not shit. It's
if I get no more bookings in the Netherlands I'm blaming you, brother.
It's just delegated his opinion to you.
just breaking your balls. No, I don't think it's shit. It's just for me, it's not hardcore because there's no story whatsoever. It's all about a kick drum, or not even a kick drum. It's a bass pulse with some, I don't know, some tampon commercial in the middle, like, and then the kick drum comes in again. You know, there's no story anymore, and so for me, it's not the thing for me. But it's really easy to produce. You know, you can download these sample packs with the peep kicks or the plugins. You can also get the preset. So it's a really low step in to start producing that. And so I can imagine that young producers get into that first. You know, that's really easy to get into the hard.
And it's what gets hammered it's what gets played on the big stages now.
Yeah,
so
that's what I mean. Look at the views on YouTube and Spotify.
Yeah.
You know, they're just smashing the numbers that we cannot even dream about. So it's you know, the crowd decides in the end. So it's totally fair that it's big and that these guys get their stage now.
Yeah,
but there has been some points where. The third movement has come under criticism because of some of the tracks, because of your stance on that. Some of the stuff that came out on
I never took a stance on hardstyle or an Uptempo. I never did.
But
I always said it's not my thing.
It came under fire a bit because some of the music that came out was on that kind of vein.
Yeah,
right?
let me explain. Let me explain.
Yeah,
that.
please.
We're clearly talking about Envitro first. You know, coming up with the Bump Squad thing, doing the collab with. I forgot his name. I don't know. The best. The song was called. Like a really.
I can't remember.
He did the Greasy Pussy Fuckers collab, I think, also on an album. And listen, Stefan was with me from the beginning since 2001. You know, he started as a weird breakcore thing. What he did, soundscaping. There wasn't even a steady kick in his track, and it slowly evolved to what he did. And then he came with Combat Action. Now I tried to really push him into the more 4/4 hardcore vibe. I was like, try this. He tried that. That worked. And then he came to me and said, Seb, I have this plan. I'm going to change my style. I'm going to change the artwork. I'm going to do it like this. And he came really with a 4-page memo to me, like, in 3 years, I'm going to be there next to Angerfist. And this is how I'm going to do it. And I was like, sure, kid. You know, I was just laughing at him like, yeah, whatever, dude. You do whatever. And why you do whatever? Because he was with me for 15 years, you know? He grew up, he always stayed loyal to the third movement. I'm like, who am I now to limit him in his progress as an artist to grow into whatever he wants to do? And then he came with Louder Than a Bomb, which I think is one of the best hardcore albums ever made, especially for that era. It was already kind of more mainstreamy, but still had this industrial sort of grunge. It was a really well-produced album. I'm really proud that he released it also with us. And after it went a bit overboard, when this Uptempo hype came up and he wanted to sort of join along with it. And again, you know, how are you going to tell a guy that he gave artistic freedom to for 20 years? Like, hey, you cannot do that. I don't want to release that because I don't like it. It's not about what I like.
Well,
you know?
yeah, it's about his choice, personal choice.
It's about
right?
his choice, personal, especially if he's that long with the label. And then if I see 300,000 views on Spotify, and no offense, but I spent a shitload of money on the first 15 years on Envitro stuff and vinyl that were hard to sell, you know, with industrial breakbeats, only a soundscape on it. And I was like, okay, this guy is doing his thing. He clearly has a plan. He knows what he's doing. He's motivated. He was fully aware of what he was, where he's going, which I respect in an artist. I was like, okay, dude, go ahead. And then the views came and the plays came and then the money came in. And I was like, it's a logical progression of what he did.
Yeah, I think
and
the thing that people got upset about more was the fact that he was this symbolic, fresh, industrial person, and people get more upset about how it makes them feel about what they liked and what they should recognize that he's doing.
The guy, you know, he's evolving, and he's maybe you're not into that anymore. And I get the same thing every week, like, hey, when are you gonna produce some promo file tracks again? I'm doing this for years. Listen to my fucking albums. On every album I did, there's 3 or 4 classic promo file tracks with a melody that's maybe even better than the old ones, with the same kick drums, with better samples. I'm like, you're not even listening to what I'm doing. You just, I want to hear I come correct. And I understand, but listen to what the artist is doing, you know? He's explaining himself. He had a plan, he had a vision, and look where he is now. He is next to Angerfist, you know? Because of his plan and his willingness and his determination to get there. And who am I then to say, hey, sorry, after 15 years, I don't really like where you're going, just piss off, you know? First of all, it must be his decision, and that point came sooner than expected because everybody started shitting on him. My fan base, not my promo fan base, the Third Movement fan base started shitting on everything we released from Envitro. And I was like, who the fuck are these guys? I check the names, you know? I do the web shop myself. I sit on the office daily, see the orders coming in. There was not one name of my regular customers. We have customers like 200-300 of them that order everything we do. Those are the true Third Movement supporters. And then these guys pissing on Terror Yapi 001 was his name. I'm like, Terror Yapi, that's already not, you know? And then he's just shitting on peep kicks and I'm like, you're not the guys that are buying music of Third Movement. You're not supporting our label. You haven't supported that for the last years. You're not supporting it now. You're not buying our downloads. You're not streaming it. Okay, maybe streaming, you cannot check this, but you're not, you know, you're just pissing for the pissing. And then at some point, I even went online saying, okay, guys, I explained 10 times now. If you don't like what he's doing, just unfollow us. And if it's that hard, I'll block you. And then you unfollow us, you know? So then it went on and on and on. And I just blocked 30 guys. I never did that, you know, on social media. I was like, everybody has his opinion, but it was just ridiculous shit. I blocked these guys. And then after 2 weeks, they started messaging me on my private account, like, hey, I don't see anything from the Third Movement anymore. How is this possible? I said, well, I did you a favor, you know? You cannot see the Envitro shit anymore. But what these guys didn't realize is that Envitro just reads these comments every day. These are normal persons, you know? They are doing this with emotion and with their heart. And they're reading from my fan base, from the Third Movement fan base, they're reading that he's shit. So what is the logical conclusion from that? That he needs to leave Third Movement because the Third Movement fan base is not supporting him anymore. And they kept talking about Bink and Bonk and his releases from 10 years ago. Like they keep talking about the promo files. Dude, that was 25 years ago, you know? Like, grow up, you know? Get with the times or not. Get into other music, get into a new artist, unfollow, you know? Just fucking unfollow. And then I was, it just frustrated me. Like, and then of course the point came that Envitro was like, I'm gonna not renew my contract because they don't want to hear me anymore here, which was bullshit because we had huge views and plays. So people don't even realize with pissing about on the internet that they're also driving away the artists that I worked with for 20 years, which was also a really dear friend of mine, you know, into a direction that we could not continue anymore. So I had to let him go. Which we did, you know, and I'm happy that he took the next step, and you know, I wish him all the best. But the guys don't realize that they're pushing away artists, and the same happened with Ditter after, you know. This guy's trying to do original stuff, does his own stuff really wide. He did the stuff from Baron, was with trap, with hardcore mixed. He did so much diverse stuff, and they kill him for this one little peep kick that he uses on a track, and I'm like, don't you hear the quality and the talent of this guy? You know, don't you guys see that? You know, and again, it's those 40 old 40-year-old fuckers that is not buying our stuff. I'm like, why are you? Yeah, just And again, the same happened with Ditter, you know, and logical. Okay, yeah, sorry, Seb, I need to move on because they don't want to hear me anymore. Yeah. And that, you know, and in the end, we have always been a label that's released mainstream stuff. People forgot, you know, my stuff is cheesy as fuck. We just played that Come Correct. You know, you cannot get more melodic than like that. We had T-Junction. We had Cat Scan doing stuff. Deep Passion did melodic stuff. We had so many Wishmaster. We always had mainstream stuff on the label. There was always a balance. You know, people do like there was only Peaky Pounder. You know, there was not. Peaky Pounder was once a year, and the rest of the year was T-Junction and promo and doing melodic mainstream hardcore on our way.
Then you're releasing stuff like Void Settler albums and stuff like that as well. You know, there was always that balance between the crazy stuff and the commercial stuff.
There still is.
Yeah.
There's always been over the years. And then, of course, if a Ditter comes to me like every month, hey, I want to do a new release. I have a new banger. And I want to... These guys are motivated. They're wanting to... If I tell them like, oh, sorry, man, the schedule's full. You have to wait 3 months. They walk away right away, you know? Mm-hmm. You have to give these guys room. And the guys who are the most motivated, I give the most room on the label, you know? If you send me tracks every week, every 2 months you have an EP on Third Movement. Because those are the guys that want it the baddest. So they get the spotlight. That is how it works. But people just don't realize by shitting on them, and especially it's coming from people that are not, you know, financially supporting these artists. They're not buying their music.
Shout
they're not buying their merchandise.
Stefan and Martin, by the way, both really cool guys, and they don't deserve to be shit on because of their choices. Like,
Martin was at he was at JeffCon last week, and he was like jumping around to my set all over the place, going crazy. And he's, you know, and he was at the Groningen gig, the Prospect Groningen gig. About a month ago as well, so you know it's great to see him out. He's out supporting the music and stuff like that as well. You know, jumping around in the crowd, and he makes great music.
Man, maybe it's not your cup of tea, but he's one of the best in what he does at the moment.
He's a great producer, right?
Yeah,
really
man,
good.
Come on, and he knows what he's doing. You know, he's evolving. He's trying new things every time. It's just come on. It's like he's up there with some of the best. Maybe you know. So to give him some credits for that as an artist, as a person, how he grows, how he comes from, they started in the industrial and in the end, you know, but still every time I played an industrial song on my computer in the office, because Martin also used to work on my office for years. Yeah. He was always digging it and like oh, you know, strong beat or whatever. He was always like, because his roots are there, and he will always love it. He will always be on an industrial floor dancing.
Yeah, your connection has really deteriorated, Seb. I don't know what's happened. I don't know if something's downloading or something, but you keep on cutting out.
Oh, we lost him.
Frozen.
Yep. Okay, give him a sec to...
Are we back?
Oh, no. It's just you and me now, brother. Where's Joe gone?
No, I'm here.
Oh, there you go.
Am I audible again?
You're audible, but your camera's like gone really like.
Yeah, it's my network, I think.
Would it help if you dropped and rejoined, or is that going to make everything weird?
No. It's just I'm on a really shitty Wi-Fi, so I just used my phone bundle. But I burned like 25 gigs, I think, today.
It's been fine for most part.
No, I know, but I have to. I will try to buy an extra bundle on my phone and see if I've been doing that for the last hour because it's saying like your thing is maxed out.
Oh, okay.
Oh, you switched down to like you're on 2G or something now. And
it's just dropped you down.
Yeah. Well, okay. Is the audio still okay?
The audio is fine. Yeah.
Okay, we'll try.
So, I guess that brings us like. If we fast forward a little bit to the more recent revolution, if you like, in what you're doing with the Third Movement and Heresy, and the alternative, shall we say? Now, we had some conversations about this on the phone following a previous show, and I think that this campaign was a little bit. It landed clumsily in the laps of a few people, like our peers, because they didn't necessarily understood what your idea was behind that. And I wanted to really one of the reasons that were coming on the show was to actually like explain this better if you like, and give us your projection of what this means, because it's a bit like when you started the third movement in the first place, is what your explanation was to me. So I wanted to give you the opportunity to talk about that now. So please go ahead.
First of all, I didn't realize that it sort of landed like that with some of the other labels. You know, if you listen clearly to what the trailer says, it's like we're not going to focus on the others anymore. We're going to create our own world, and that was mainly based on the other music that is out there. You know, we're in Holland. We're listening to what is going on in Holland. So I'm talking about the stuff that is being in the mainstream scene around us. You know, I think Third Movement releases some underground music, but we are a lot more mainstream than you guys, for instance, or a Prospect or whatever, or a Death Chant, or, you know, we're more into the Dutch hardcore scene. At least that's how I see it.
Yeah.
And we are reacting on that and anticipating on that. So that is, first of all, I had no idea. It wasn't against anyone. It was just like, okay, if you keep Uptempo in the back of your mind, if you keep Rosta in the back of mind, we're not into that, you know. We are focusing, we are creating our own world, and we want to create cool experimental music, be it melodic, be it Uptempo, whatever. We just want to do it in our way. And that was the campaign that we run with the alternative. I had no idea that it was going to cause reactions like that. I didn't even was aware of anybody thinking anything about it until somebody, let's call it like that, came on your show and clearly was stepped on his dick about what we did. And that was not our intention. Our intention with the alternative is, like I said, we operate in the Dutch scene. We deal with companies like Q-Dance and IDT, a Mozz of hardcore. Those are organizations around us that need to book our artists. We need to make our artists visible for these organizations. Those are the big stages where they want to end up. That's why we promote and help our artists to grow, to end up on the black stage of a DEF CON, on the Mozz of hardcore, on a Dominator. That's where, in the end, our artists want to end up. That is the highest reachable thing in our scene. So with the alternative, we were like, okay, if you're not into Uptempo or this really cheesy mainstream stuff or into war style or whatever, there needs to be an alternative for that music, like a sort of semi-mainstream alternative for that music. You know, I don't want people to stop listening to hardcore because they're not into Uptempo. I want to prevent that. And as long as you don't give these people an alternative to listen to, then you know, you have no reason to speak. So that's why we thought, okay, we create this new vibe, this new energy wave with new artists, a new group that focuses on that. We're trying to get the attention of a Q-Dance, of an IDT, of a Mozz of hardcore. Like, hey, there are artists out there that are doing incredible stuff that is maybe not directly Uptempo or mainstream as you know it, but there's a really interesting, you know, sort of breeding ground where all kinds of new, darker hardcore styles evolve. And that's why we started the alternative. It's to get the attention of these big parties, these organizations, thing to make us interesting for them to book us and our artists. That was the main goal behind starting the alternative. We didn't even, no offense, but you know, I didn't, until this guy came on your show, wasn't really aware of the Oblivion show. I sometimes get some mails from Cobby about Death Chant, so I hear that. To be honest, I'm not on the Oblivion mailing list. I don't even get your releases, so I don't know.
Oh, fix that, Joe.
Yeah,
I didn't know that.
Prospect. Yeah, okay, it's not my cup of tea. I think, you know, it's really cool what they do. I really think they're really strong in how they built a social thing and the
fan base,
environment around it. It's sort of lifestyle, which they did really good. But I think the music holds really back on that. It's really, for me, always the same. It's sort of meh. I sort of heard it. So that's why I'm not really interested in it. You know, I'm not following it. I get the mailing list.
I guess it's a matter of taste as well from both sides.
Yeah, totally.
Right?
But I'm totally not listening to what they are doing or anticipating on what they're doing. I'm not focusing on others. I'm focusing on me, and that is the alternative. We are here to create our own world. We're not looking at the others.
So
and
it was
that's not meant arrogantly. It's just meant like focus on yourself. Put music out, put energy out, because otherwise you have no reason to complain, you know? You can complain about Uptempo, but do something about it. Yeah. Well, we're trying to do something about it. It has nothing to do with you guys or Death Chant or Prospect.
Yeah,
or
no,
any other.
I totally get it. Yeah.
That's nothing. It wasn't even on a radar. I didn't even cross my mind that it could be interpreted like that. Sorry, the cats are breaking down my house.
there was a more serious forge of the Heresy and Third Movement thing, right? Because Heresy was always the sub-label of the Third Movement, or like a side label, should we say? But now it's more of the relationship between you and Dave Ignion is a more like formal, official one, I guess. He's doing the A&R for Third Movement in an official capacity. So you forged that relationship in a more, professional way.
Yeah, we clashed a lot in the past because we are both a sort of alpha type guy and we really have strong opinions and whatever. And we came to certain conversations. And then last year he came to me like, hey, I really want to, continue with Heresy, but he was not really doing anything, because like you said, it was a sub-label. But maybe 2-3 times a year I got a release, and I was like, yeah, but then give me more release. Then we put more energy in it, Yeah, but you have to put more energy in it, and then I'm going to give you more release. And then there was it didn't really work. And then we had a lot of talks, and in the end we were just like, why are we bitching? Why not just team up? We had a lot of young artists that he spotted and scouted, and he was like, maybe we can get these guys to join us. And I was like, okay, but I still want to do it on the Third Movement, Like you said, Heresy is a sub-label of Third Movement. I wanted to stay that way. And we just teamed up, and Davey joined me and really sparked my fire again. I had the feeling that I'm not alone in this anymore creatively. There's another guy calling me 3 times a week like, hey, we should do this, we should do that, check out this, check out that. It's really motivating. In the morning he starts to spam my WhatsApp with like, hey, did you check this, did we do that? It's really. And then he came, it was really good, like the name she showed, with Satan and these guys. We started to talk, and they were all willing to come to the Third Movement and join our thing. And then we were just like, we need to go for this.
I think people get a little bit confused. They've joined the label as opposed to the agency here. There's a difference because people always get a bit confused about that. So when we're talking about the Third Movement, we're talking about a record label roster here.
Yeah, the Third Movement doesn't have a booking agency. That stopped years ago, and that evolved into Concrete Bookings. And that's a side company. It has nothing to do with Third Movement. I'm not in Concrete agency or whatever. It's a totally separate thing. No, this is our artist roster. The artists that signed exclusively with Third Movement and put their main focus on our label. That being said, we give our artists a lot of freedom, so if they want to do a release once a year on other labels that are big, then it's only good for the artist. It's good for me to get more exposure, That's why Satan still wants to release sometimes on Mozz of Hardcore. And everybody does. Hysta just did a release there also. She does some collabs. We just, in the end, we want the artists to grow. We don't want to limit them. Their main focus should be with us. Make sure that we got some banging music. And then aside of that, they can do stuff outside, do collabs, do remixes. It's only better for the artists to grow. It helps us to. It's a two-way street. So that's the whole thing. We made a wish list with guys that we really wanted to sign, and in the end, we were able to sign them all. So I was really happy. Nice. I was really surprised. And
I think one of the most impressive ones for me was Embrionyc. Embryonic's comeback.
Yeah.
Man, he was so good years ago, and he went quiet for so long. And then there was a time when he was sending me bits, and it was clear that he wasn't sure where he was actually going with it. And then when you announced him and dropped this, well, I'm going to play the track now, but this release is fucking brilliant, man.
Yeah, dude, it's only the start.
I'm going to go straight into this. Embrionyc Vitality.
I found myself losing interest in almost everything. I didn't want to do any of the things I had previously wanted to do. And I didn't know why. feel myself doing less and thinking less and feeling less. It was a kind of nullity, and then the anxiety set in.
Yeah, man.
Bonkers.
Great tune.
Yeah.
Absolutely
Crazy.
bonkers. I think we're actually officially into the What's Hot section now. By the way, we transitioned out. We were just playing new stuff, and that's one of the new tracks. So yeah, great signing, Embrionyc, very talented. And like Jipe said in the chat, he's just making music for himself. He's not doing it for likes or bookings. He's just
Dude,
an
you
artist.
don't want to know. It's just every night in the studio. He has young kids. He's just became a father, and he's just, I don't know. It's just especially I have to give a lot of props to Davey because he did all the pre work with him. Tried to convince him like, hey, finally sign with a label, come to us. We'll take care of all the stuff. Let us take care of your music, that you at least get your money for the stuff that's getting put out, that we can do the promotion for you, because this guy literally sent his contract by post. I emailed him, we wanted to go out with a lineup and was like, dude, I need the signature, before I can announce you on the site. He's like, yeah, no, I signed it. I'm like, I didn't get the email. And it was just quiet, and then I got it by post, like a contract, properly paper printed with his signature.
Cool.
It was crazy. So he's really old school on that. But yeah, he just totally, I finally decided to totally commit to us and say, okay, I'm just done with all the bullshit around it. I just want to do whatever. And he's just in the studio every night doing whatever he wants. He doesn't listen to other music. It's just crazy. And yeah, like he heard 2 of his releases now, and there's loads more coming. He's really motivated, really productive.
Awesome. That's great to hear.
I'm really, really happy to have him on the team. Yeah.
Yeah.
Nice. Let's do one more from the alternative, and then I've got a track to play or a video to play, and then we'll play some more after. So let's play some Iridium, man. These guys, I've been watching these guys for a while, doing the prototypes thing, developing their own staple of young talent, doing their own branding, got their own in-house designer, Nagasaki doing all that for them. Like, really cool guys, and they really deserve the break, and they're doing all of their stuff live and with guitars and all that kind of shit.
It's
real
crazy.
cool. Yeah, so here we go. Iridium, Another Victim.
I am a victim, swallowed by the world. swallowed by the war. I'm still breathing. Truck somebody like you. I'm still breathing. Victim, swallowed by the war. I will never trust somebody like you.
Nice.
Awesome. Yep.
Yeah, sick stuff. Really, you know, they record the vocals themselves, the guitars, everything. It's,
yeah.
I think it's one of their best tracks up until now. And yeah, like you mentioned before, the prototype thing, you know, when they came to us and said that we want to join Heresy in Third Movement, but we have our own sub-label, what are we going to do? And I was like, dude, you just keep going, you know? I'm like,
yeah,
let's try to again, the explanation of the alternative, let's try to get you guys into a bigger mainstream, for a bigger mainstream audience through Third Movement, you know, with strong releases that are more accessible, but please keep doing the prototype stuff because it's just, you know, it's just really cool. They have this real gang going with their own vibe and thing, and I just didn't want to even touch that. So it can easily coexist, you know, so that's why. And slamming release.
Really cool.
Yeah.
Really cool. Well, I'm going to take a moment to do a bit of promo work for our next release before we play some more tracks. So as some of you guys may be aware, you should be aware, we've just started pre-orders on our next release, Oblivion 18, which is a vinyl release by the Outside Agency and False Idol. And yeah, you might have seen us drinking this beer, but you can actually get this beer within the bundle for the next release. Shit, zoom. I'm going to open that now. The next release, and let me just bring that up on the screen. Whoop. And that's the next bundle there. Ooh. That's the bundle that we've got on sale at the moment. So you can go to the Oblivion site now, www.oblivion-underground.com.
Oh, that's the artwork that Cam did. Nice.
Yeah. This is
so it's
really,
so what do you get? What do you get in the bundle, Joe? You get the T-shirt, the beers.
In the bundle, you get a T-shirt, you get 2 beers, you get beer mats, you get stickers, and you get the record. And if you go over to the site right now and buy it, and you enter the code Oblivion Show, you'll actually get a discount off that. You can do that right now, and I'm going to show you that shit. We go back to this camera here. Right. So first of all, the beer, the most important part.
And the sticker.
Yeah. We've got the record. Record which I have here.
Oh, you already have it in. Nice.
Yeah, it's good. 2-track EP. One is by the Outside Agency. One is by Full Sidle. 190 track and a 240 track. Awesome artwork by Cam.
That looks awesome.
We got a silver, like shimmer effect marble vinyl going on there.
Nice.
Real sexy piece. Right, it's like transparent kind of silvery shimmer thing. Really fucking cool. Got the t-shirt that I've got on here, which has got Cam's design on it. Come on, really nice in print as well.
Yeah. Nice.
Super sick. We got these new beer mats that we've been doing for the releases. Nice cool beer mats and a bunch of stickers and shit. And it's just a really good bundle, man. Like, seriously, go over to the site. If you want that, go and get it. You can get a discount. Enter Oblivion Show at checkout and you will get a discount. And you know what? We haven't played the tracks yet, so I think we'll play the tracks now.
Good time for it.
Let's do it. Let's.
Can you do a black cat bundle with a bundle where you actually get a black cat in it? Because everyone in the chat's like, I think they're all jealous of our black cats and stuff.
We'll do a black cat bundle. First of
I
all,
have
though,
a white one too if you want.
First of all, here is
we don't discriminate.
The first play
no, I
of
didn't.
the
It has black spots. Sorry.
First play of the official release video for Oblivion 18 Operation Mind Flash. This is the Outside Agency and False Idol.
Oblivion Underground. Fear is the mind killer. I'm the son of fear. 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 I'm the son of fear Fear is the mind killer. Fear is the mind killer.
There we go.
Awesome video. Great tunes.
Yeah, man.
Yep. Was there one track or two?
There was 2 tracks in there. Yeah, there was 2 tracks blended into one there.
So the Madonna thing is
the second,
kind of
the
lost me
outside
there.
agency. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So awesome artwork by Cam. Awesome video by
looks
Alex. Good creative design between the both of them. Fantastic job, guys. And also, yeah, the music's fucking speaks for itself. Everyone in the chat is absolutely loving it. So, yeah, I'm happy with how it's being received. So, like I said before, if you want that, you can go and get it now. You can get all of that shit that we had before and some beer.
No
what
black
do you want?
cat.
Music, beer,
No
black cats. But yeah,
Probably next month.
Yeah. A lot of
Oblivion
people are
Black
saying
Cats.
unexpected video. Someone, obviously an old TOA fan, finally this track has seen the sunlight. Yeah, awesome. Nice. Right, let's go on to some more new / fresh music. We've got one here by another guy from your roster, Nanostorm.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, man.
Ooh.
Doing some really good stuff.
Our hidden gem.
Actually,
he is Dirk. Yeah.
Somebody
man.
asking in the chat. No, Camart did not do the video. Camart does the concept, graphic design, and general oversee of the design work and the vision and the branding. And Alex from Survival Podcast, who's also in the chat, is the video designer. Both awesome people to work with right now. Right, next track, Nanostorm, Avoid the Light.
Really nice. Awesome.
Yeah,
like high-paced, future electronic, transy, hardcore stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, little producer vibe gives me sort of this RP thing, but this guy has been active for years and years as Nanostrike, more sort of breakcore, and I think I don't know how long ago, but he sort of decided like I could give it a go with this hardcore stuff. And man, it's just I love this guy. It's like I don't know where he's been. He's been active for like 10 or 20 years in our scene, and I never met him. I never had a demo, and somewhere Davey picked him up, and today I got his new EP. It's sick. It's like more synthy kind of stuff. He's going into that stuff too, and really, really talented guy. Nice. Really fresh, original. So very.
You can hear a lot of influences there, and he's like kind of, it's just smashing them all. I love the stuff like that, smashing all those different kind of styles together and just doing his own thing.
Every track is different vibe, different great vocals. It's always Yep, really happy to have him on board. Totally.
Awesome,
really cool. Sorry to go back on this, but I'm getting pinged a couple of messages here about the coupon code. Yeah, it expired at midnight, so I've extended it now, so you can use it now. And what you need to do is just enter the word Oblivion Show at checkout, and you get the discount. Okay. So yeah, everyone blowing up my inbox. Sorry if it wasn't clear. I thought it was, but never. There we go. Oh yeah, and especially. Thanks. Okay. Next up, another one of yours, Frostbite.
Yeah.
Destructive Elderlies.
Yeah, I chose this track because it's a sort of more up-tempo-ish track. It was a sort of he did it as a joke, but I think a strong track. Guy from Sweden, very talented. If you listen to the mix down, and his mixing skills, production skills are really up there.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, he still has a job, and he's not really convinced himself yet that he's that good. I'm trying to really tell him like, hey, if he really has a go for it and produces more music, I think he can really. Really get among the bigger names. His production skills are there. He just needs to focus on it. But yeah, that's easy for me to say. We all have to pay our bills. So for now, he just has a job. But this is a bit more, up towards the up-tempo-ish sort of sound. But still, for me, just more fast hardcore and very funny. Those samples are just excellent.
Okay, so chat, brace yourself. Here we go.
Respect the elderly, motherfucker. I gotta turn my hearing aid off. Shit's about to get loud. Listen up. Now get your hearing aids out of your pussies and assholes. The gang is coming for us. They're gonna cover this place with their devil semen. We can all sit here in our own shitty diapers, or we can exercise our Second Amendment rights and get some motherfucking guns! Time to move into a home! A funeral home! Fuck up! to suck some hard candy and suck some dicks.
Okay, let's talk about these fucking samples.
Let's first laugh about it. You should check out this guy on TikTok also and on his Instagram. He's so funny. He's making like all kinds of music with like little sounds and toys, and it's just he's a funny fucker. But yeah, you can hear that in the samples.
Yeah.
The fuck?
I don't know where he found them. He also sent it like, I don't know, is this cool? I was like, man, this is so funny. It just needs to be out there, you know. It's hardcore needs to be fun also now and then.
Yeah,
you know?
totally.
All this serious stuff. This is just really fun.
Next up, I guess in a similar vein, is a track from Hysta, My Secret. And we'll talk about Hysta after because I'm curious.
You call her Hysta. I call her Hysta.
I read Hysta, Hysta.
Yeah,
Hysta.
yeah, but she's French.
Hysta, it's short for histamine.
Yeah, Hysta.
Right.
We got an in vitro and vitral thing going here.
Yeah. Hysta, My Secret.
Yeah.
Something you don't know. I know something you don't know. Something you don't know.
So, Hysta.
It's almost like well-produced jipe, isn't it?
Well-produced jipe. Oh, Jasper's gonna have a fucking stroke in the chat.
Wow. Okay, comment of the night.
The album's cancelled again.
Love you, Jasper.
So it has to be said that is not normally something that we would have on the show. Legit.
No,
I like the metal bits. and stuff. But yeah,
I like
not my taste.
No, I totally cool with that. You know, that's her thing. She's more in the mainstream stuff. She plays also faster hardcore stuff, but there's a whole history behind it. I met her a couple of years ago when she was really young and a big promo fan, and I met her once, and I sort of kept track of her since then. And she's really going sky high at the moment, especially in France. You know, she's playing for sold out venues, and I see a lot of potential in her, and I just want to, you know, try to get her there up with the bigger names. I think she can really get among the big mainstream names.
Is she out of the Saline staple, right? She's come via the Saline.
Yeah, Saline started
Youth Academy. Like she looks
sort of,
yeah.
And she does some stuff for Remscore also, and you know, in France, she does her own stuff, and she wanted to, in the end, also come to Holland to play the bigger events, and I think we can get her there, especially with tracks like this, and she just lives for hardcore. What I like is it's faster, but it still has this sort of gabber vibe to it, the kick drums and the old school sounds. It's not really, you know, the up-tempo, empty, no story thing. It's more, there's really still a track behind it. So very, very cute girl, very dedicated, and we're gonna hear a lot of her over the next years, I'm sure. So thanks for playing it, at least. Yeah.
Hey,
nice.
Well, it's a hardcore show. We have to,
totally.
you know, play a bit of everything. Every guest comes that here is different, with a different taste, a different take on hardcore, and we try to, you know,
but this
take
is what
some of their fans.
But again, you know, you have some more listeners for.
Exactly.
No, but you know, that's what I said before. This is what Third Movement is also about. You know, we always pushed hardcore or mainstream artists that have their own take on their music, and she's one of our new talents, you know, that is surely going to make it. So
awesome.
Thanks.
All right, I want to make a shout, because we normally make a promise on this show, and that promise is that if we go over 100 likes on the stream, we do shots.
Shit.
And we're at 88 right now, and we've got two tracks to play. Then we go into the Q&A. So now's the time, chat. If you want promo to do shots on the Oblivion show, I know he's got a bottle of Jägermeister there.
No, I don't.
Make it happen. 100 shots, 100 likes.
100 shots per
like. We're at 90 already.
I have to keep the volume down, otherwise the Jägermeister's coming out here.
10 to go.
What?
10 to go. Oh, 8 to go. 8 to go.
No. Stop pushing that button.
Yeah. 8 to go. We
Uh-oh.
can make it happen right now. I'm going to go to the toilet, and when I get back, there's going to be 100 likes on there. Greg, take a question from the chat in the meantime.
Joe, do you want to just drop one more track?
I've got 2 more left.
So go on, play one more, and then you can go to the toilet, can't you?
All right then. Thank you.
It's not complicated.
All right, let's play this. Actually, this is an exclusive.
Ooh, nice.
This is New Void Settler. Tell us about this.
Well, you got a scoop tonight. There's a new album coming. Actually, it's finished.
Spannend.
Yeah, totally spannend. Very spannend. It's a 10-track album. That's also going to be available on vinyl. And we sort of decided to make it a double vinyl to also release the previous album that Corrosion, that we weren't able to press back then. So it's going to be a really nice deluxe double vinyl colored. Well, you will see in the next weeks. The vinyl will take a bit, as probably Joe knows. It takes forever nowadays to press a vinyl, but the release is planned for end of November, I think, digitally CD. And then in the end, also a beautiful vinyl version of Void Settler in his crazy ways. So tonight you have a brand new preview of one of the first tracks of his brand new album.
Awesome.
Right.
Bring
Also,
it on.
throw those likes down. I'm going to go for a pee. I'm going to grab my Jägermeister. When I get back, we're doing shots. Right.
Fuck.
Let's go.
I better go and get my shots, so I better go get some liquor then. I want to listen to this, though.
Well, you can wait. We'll rotate.
All right.
I've got another idea!
So apparently the likes went down. You cunts are trolling us.
How is that possible?
Because these lot are trolling us, obviously.
Awesome. 95. How much are we now? 94. Keep going down.
Motherfuckers, jack it up. Jack it up. So yeah. What's that? Someone's saying I hate to be a buzzkill, guys, but this is an old track.
It's an old track?
Really? Yeah, James
maybe he put some stuff online. You know how he is. On the dark web somewhere.
Maybe.
Or maybe I was just having a Sunday and...
Right, the votes are going down. But I'm just going to call it. We're doing shots anyway. Greg, do you need to go?
Let me go grab some vodka.
Let's take a question from the chat. Let's take a question from the chat while Greg's away. Because after this next track, we will go into the Q&A for like 15 minutes. Any questions from the chat, we'll do them. But for now, anybody got a question? I've seen loads pass in the chat before, but now everybody is probably quiet. When are you playing in LA again, Promo?
Good question. There's something going on, but we have to see first if we can fly to LA. That's a bit the main problem right now. I think you can fly to America, but via something. So we'll have to see how it works out. But there is an organization informing at the moment to make that work. I don't have a date yet, but let's hope soon again.
Okay, let's address this Jipe thing because he's dominated the chat all night. When is the Jipe album coming out? Please, let's just put him away. When is it coming out?
You really want to know when?
Yeah, because he's just been like promoting it inadvertently.
Yeah, forever. He's a dickhead. I told him don't put previews, don't say the album is coming because it's not coming. And now I'm forcing him to release it because then he didn't want to release it. All this shit. So. I set a date. I actually have to go check on Dropbox and see what the date is. I'm opening the release schedule. The Jipe album is coming out on the 26th of November. There you go.
26th of November.
26th of November is the date.
So it's Christmas presents all round.
Yeah, it's going to be actually, not a spoiler, but probably the night before a possible Club Raw reunion. So we're going to see. You're
doing another. Yeah, I saw that passing. That's mid-November, right?
End of November, I think. As far as we're still checking for the date because everybody's.
And it's currently 6 till midnight or something.
Yeah, sorry, that's the fucking Dutch government that thinks that the virus lives only at night. So we have to.
Fucking bullshit, isn't it?
Why can't I get back to the main screen now? I don't know.
So I got some rum, or we got vodka.
I'll join you with rum because if I go to the Jägermeister, I need to bring my kids to school in like 6.5 hours. So. I'm not going to go for the Jägermeister.
I thought I had a bottle of Jaeger left downstairs, but I don't.
I'm really not very responsible at all, so I'm definitely going to drink the Jägermeister.
Go for it.
You can rely on me, chat. I got this.
You definitely can't rely on me.
This is a fresh bottle as well, straight from Germany. Are we actually over?
Okay, bring it.
Yeah, we've only got 50 likes now.
We're getting trolled to fuck.
See, normally the rule is
no,
if we
97,
go over,
right? I see 97.
No, yeah. Normally, if
I'll
we go
click
over
on like
100,
now. Look, 98. I just clicked on like myself.
Normally, if we go over 100, then we do a shot, and then every 10 after we do another shot.
Yeah. Come
Yeah,
on.
normally. Not today.
Oh shit, my daughter is watching. Should we
Hello.
go to bed? Come say hi. No? You want to be famous on YouTube? Come on. No? Uh-oh. So
Alrighty.
This is the first time
Right.
she's going to see a dad take a shot. But
Cheers.
Cheers, yo.
Okay, cheers, guys.
Cheers.
Here goes nothing.
Oh, yeah, good stuff.
Okay.
That was actually delicious.
That's
Cheers,
better.
everybody.
We should have done that earlier.
All right, let's get this party started.
There's still more time.
There we go. Another 4 hours. Let's
Right,
go.
next track. Last track, in fact.
Last.
Brand new Satan coming out. Is this on Third Movement or Heresy?
This is on Heresy, the Bloodshed EP, out tomorrow. Actually, now probably. It's already past midnight.
Okay.
So if you're really cheeky and you go on Bandcamp or whatever, it should be.
Dennis is like he's like the current value of hardcore now, isn't he? He's just like churning out so many tracks. I mean that in a good way. It's just like he's just constantly dropping EPs all the time. He's a machine.
He has up now. Yeah, he's really. You know,
Greg, can you
sometimes
wear
he's a
your
bit more
earphone,
quiet.
please? There's an echo. Thank you.
No, we ran out of batteries.
Oh.
Sorry, mate.
Someone gave me some cheap earphones.
Yeah.
No, you didn't charge them, bro. Right, anyway. Last
So
track.
out tomorrow on Heresy 30, 8 or something already? I don't know. Just go
like
check
that.
it out. Bloodshed EP.
Let's
tomorrow.
go.
This moment. Life is temporary. All your life has led to this moment. All your life has led to this moment. All life is temporary. This moment. This moment. This moment.
So, Satan forthcoming on Heresy tomorrow. It sounds a little bit more rounded than his normal stuff, like around the edges. Normally his kicks are a bit more sharp than that, I feel, a little bit. It's still the Satan, it's still that similar sound, but it sounds a little bit more rounded on the edges.
I don't know. I just always listen to the track itself, the idea. I don't really...
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm a more of an idea guy than a technical...
Yeah. Mixed opinions, I think it's fair to say, in the chat. Let's not get this
the
twisted,
B-side.
guys.
Maybe the A side will do it
well,
for him.
let's
I
not
thought
get
choose the
this twisted.
less.
If you're in the dance, right, and you're drunk, then you're gonna dance to that.
You're gonna throw your beer, aren't you?
You're gonna throw your beer everywhere. That's what it's made.
Throw your
for,
grand downstairs or whatever.
Throw your grand
If that is
downstairs,
allowed.
yeah. So yeah. So that was.
New
Oh no, it wasn't New Blood. That was not New Blood. It was
Old Blood.
That was the end of What's Hot. So that brings us into our last part of the show, where we open now for questions.
Oh shit.
First question I've got here is from Antones. What hardware did you use to create the synth riff on Demon's File 10A?
That is not a synth riff, it's a sample. It's like the synth from the original, you know? I mean, it's a remix, so the synth was created by the original guys, and I have no idea. I just got the WAV file with the synth sample, and I made the remix. So I have no idea. I guess it would be sort of a Nord lead-ish kind of thing. I created some the other stuff, the and all the other sounds I created with the Nord lead, so I think it's the sounds around it. But the main riff is just from the original, so I have no idea what the...
Yeah.
It was a cool story also, maybe, too. Do we have time to have a little anecdote?
As long as you want.
Remix?
Do whatever you want. There's no rush here. I'm going to pour myself another shot.
This is a crazy story, I guarantee you. So we licensed Demons. It just came out, and I played the shit out of it, and everybody, it sort of, you know, became sort of my track because I played it everywhere, and everybody was asking about it, and I was like, okay, we need to do a remix of it, relicense it, we do it on our label, on Third Movement, and Demon were really hot at the moment, so I was like, okay, these guys can kill that remix, you know? So they did the remix of Demons, and then I got it in, and I was sort of disappointed because there wasn't really the main hook in it, and the sample, it was just a bit like, meh, I don't know. But okay, so I called this guy that had made track G-Shock, and I said, like, I tried to find him for weeks and weeks and weeks, and finally I find him. Turns out he was a trance producer for Black Hole Records, for Tiesto's label. He was doing trance now and whatever.
Wow.
So I called this guy and said, listen, I need the vocal clear, you know, like I don't know what the F the guy is saying. Like, you know, this sample, this, everybody's screaming along, but we don't know what he's saying. And I said, where's the sample from? He's like, yeah, it's from some manga movie. I'm like, manga movie, like in those, you know, animated.
Yeah.
Okay, whatever. So I said, which movie? I said, yeah, I don't know anymore. If I know, I'll let you know. So a few days later, he calls me back and he says, like, yeah, I think it's from this series, this movie. So I go to Amsterdam at this really obscure video store still, you know, or DVD things, and they have this huge manga selection. And I ask for this DVD, and he looks at me like, really? And I'm like, what do you mean? You know, I need to find this sample. And this guy's like, yeah, you need to find this sample. And I'm like, what is he talking about? Okay. So he comes back with his DVD box with the title on it that this guy, G-Shock, told me that the sample was from. It's a 6 DVD box, like 6 hours of full-on hardcore. I cannot pronounce it because my daughter's still in the room, but monsters with 7 tentacles, you know, doing...
So I actually know what movie you're talking about. You're talking about Arotsuki Doji.
Yes, that's what you said.
Legend of the Overfiend.
From there. So I said, so I'm standing there coming home with a DVD box, and there's like 6 DVDs of 1.5 hours. So there's like 9 hours of full-on manga, anime, you know
crazy,
what I mean?
Porn,
Crazy,
sex, tentacles.
Totally. And then I'm like, okay, so I really need to watch 9 hours of this stuff to find that one sample. I sit down.
The struggle was real.
I watch for 9 hours tentacles going in and out. And I'm like, and the sample didn't come by. And I'm like, fucker. So I called him. I said, dude, this is not the movie. I watched it thoroughly, and there's no sample saying like you're demons from hell, blah blah. So I go back to that shop in Amsterdam a week later, and I see this DVD standing there in the sales section, a manga movie called Demon's World. I'm like, demons from hell. So I'm like, Demon's World, maybe that's it. So yeah, I buy that DVD, and within 10 minutes, that sample comes by, and I find the original sample. But that fucker made me look for like 9 hours with these monsters doing schoolgirl stuff. It was really, So finally, in the end, I just, I had the vocal free, but not the synth. So I actually just sampled the main hook with the kick drum from the original, put a low cut on it, and just smashed my kick over it. And that was the remix. I did it in like 2 hours. Just because I was so disappointed by the remix that the other guys did. I was like, that's not... So in just a couple of hours, I did my version. And,
awesome.
Yeah. But yeah, that was the story with the sample.
Yeah.
And still, I don't know what he says, because I thought it would be smart and put the subtitles on the DVD, because they're normally in English. But yeah, that didn't work. Yeah. So I still don't know what he's saying.
Cool story, dude.
What do you think he's saying? Maybe we can do a contest where somebody can win something. What does the main sample in like Themes from Hell, I welcome you to my world sound of so that's what I hear, but I have no idea what it says.
So we used to years ago. We used to do like you'd hear that when we were going out raving as kids and stuff. You'd hear these tracks and you'd hear the sample, but you couldn't really tell what it meant, and you'd have this thing in your head like.
You make your own things. Yeah.
Totally, right? Yeah. What's that tune that goes, all big lobsters sucking their monsters or something? And you're just like, what the fuck are you talking about? Yeah. Oh, dear.
Oh, Seb's frozen up.
He has frozen. He's run out of 3G. He's run out of 2G. He's down to 1G.
He's on pay-as-you-go, mate. He's on pay-as-you-go, and he's run out of credits. Question for Sebas and Greg. When you go to a gig and you hear someone playing whatever they're playing, do you enjoy the experience or do you overanalyze?
Oh yeah, no, that's a fair question. I really try not to overanalyze. You're just there for the fun and stuff like that. It was one of my friends a long time ago. He told me a story about his film studies professor at uni. Said that he couldn't enjoy watching movies anymore because he just deconstructed them, overanalyzed them. After I heard that story, I tried to consciously not deconstruct tunes when I'm at a party, because it just ruined it for me. Just to enjoy the moment while you're there.
Yeah.
Can you hear me, guys? Because
you're back. Yeah, we saved it. It's all good. So the question is, Seba, when you go to a gig and you hear someone playing whatever they're playing, do you enjoy the experience or do you overanalyze?
That's a good one. No, I mostly enjoy it, or there are tracks that you like or dislike. So if you dislike the tracks, you're not really enjoying it, but... No, I understand the question, because you make music yourself. You sort of overanalyze. I have this on the radio, If I hear some preset of a soft synth or whatever, I'm like, Jesus, they just sampled that, or they just used that, So, but music that sort of intrigues me is the music where I'm like, hey, how did they create that? How did they manage to do that sound, or something that is like that I don't understand? That's music that really intrigues me. And that's the same with hardcore stuff. The level is so high of some of my colleagues that they always come up with stuff that I'm thoroughly enjoying it.
Yeah.
Totally.
Yeah. So a question from Stinger, who's asked this question. I think he's asked it about 3 times, so he really wants to know the answer. But he wants to know if there's any chance of you ever producing a fully analog album again.
There is a chance, yeah.
How big? This big?
Well, that sounds like it's
no. There has been some experimenting done, but it's a matter of room in your studio. You have this big analog mixer. I still have it stored, and I have to say that also because it's sort of possible now again. You know, I have the feeling that this whole digital thing is sort of slowing down, and people are asking again for this analog sound, and there's room to mix it like that. You know, it doesn't have to be screaming loud anymore. This whole dB war is a bit finished, this loudness stuff. So especially if you look at the techno stuff, they're really, you know, going back to analog mixing.
Back off it, aren't they? Yeah, definitely.
So I wouldn't be surprised if there would be some hobby project coming, you know, with me doing that old school stuff again. But on the same thing, you know, you're doing something that you have done for 20 years. So does it really add something to what you've done in the past? It's always a battle, you know, if you're this long into the game, then people expect new music of you. They expect you to go along with the new hypes and the new trends and the new mixes. So, I could do it for the fan base and just for the fuck of it. But
like you said, it's kind of like it becomes fun again, doesn't it? Just playing with knobs, right?
It's always fun playing with knobs.
But you know, like
you guys are on your own, man.
you don't play with knobs?
I am not playing with any knobs.
I feel for her.
Here's a question for you, Seb. Sebas, here's a question for you. You're quite famous for being outspoken and stuff like that, and controversial, shall we say?
Oh, really?
Have you? Well,
really?
Yeah.
No idea what you're talking about.
Do you have any big regrets in the past? Is there anything that you did and you were like, oh, I fucking shouldn't have done that? Is there anything you really regret, or do you just go with it and just deal with it and go forward?
But you know what it is, and that sounds maybe a bit weird, but I sort of have sometimes the feeling that people used to be sort of afraid of my opinion. You know, if I said something that they really took it really hard and I wasn't really aware of what my words did to someone, and these people then afterwards were sort of afraid to confront me with it. So I never really heard the impact of me being sincere or direct, or, you know, I always prefer to be direct. I prefer people being direct to me. I'm not a guy that is smooth talking or whatever, so I just tell what I think. And it never really got back to me. So you probably have some quotes of me in mind or some situations in mind.
I don't have no quotes of you.
Oh, no. I thought maybe that's why you brought it up. But
you think I was going to go, what about this time?
Yeah, maybe. That would be, at least I could explain. No, but that's what I mean. I'm you know, it's a bit of combination. I'm not a difficult guy. I like humor. I'm pretty chilled and relaxed normally. People know me, know that. But my samples are always like, I'm the king, I'm the best, I'm tougher than you. But that comes from the hip hop, my hip hop.
Yeah, totally.
Dissing, bragging, and boasting. That is for me hardcore. That is what I love to do with my tracks. So people always think that I think I'm the best. That's not true. If you listen to my DJ sets, I play maybe 2 or 3 of my own tracks and 20 of other people. Why would I do that if I think my stuff is better? You know, I would not play tracks of others. I sincerely don't think I'm the best out there, not by a far shot. So I think it didn't help with the samples, you know, with the bad guy and all these things. I like to play with that. I know it's a marketing tool. I know when you say something that is really direct or controversial that you get attention. I knew this at a young age. I used that to get attention. I used that to get into interviews, into magazines, to get exposure, but don't take it that seriously, you know.
So the answer is no regrets. You just did it.
No, I don't know.
Okay, that was the question. It was like, did you ever?
Okay.
No.
So,
yeah. So the short story is controversy is good, and thrive off it.
Yeah, well, you know, I realized soon that you know, at some point you get that big or that known that half of the scene is against you and half is for you. You know, when you get really big, you get also people that start to hate you. You get haters. That's what I also told Envitro when he was coming up. I was like, dude, now with Louder Than a Bomb, this is the time that you're going to really go up there. And now the haters are going to come, you know, now they're going to piss on you. But that is a good thing. You know, you try to explain to the artists that is really when you get into the huge mainstream scene, then you get a lot of more attention and you get a lot of haters. You see the same with Justin Bieber or whatever, you know, there's as much people loving him as hating him. That's just because you get that big. But yeah, I never had a problem with it or regrets about it.
Right. Question for Sebastian: do you plan to produce some more stuff as Electronic Pig with Lenny?
No. My relationship with Lenny sort of went dead a bit. We had some misunderstanding about something, and we just left it at that. It was a bit really weird. I don't want to get in too much. It was pretty personal, but it was. I don't know. It's just. I don't want to burn down Lenny here on the show. So that's he's a legend. And,
okay.
So just our friendship ended for some reason, and that's why no.
Okay. More questions, guys. Keep them coming. We've got like 10 minutes. We're going to call it at 1 o'clock. That's the cutoff. 10 more minutes maximum. Here's a classic question that always gets asked. Who, if you could choose, would you do a collab with?
Oh.
It's a classic.
The classic question, yeah.
Yeah.
In the hardcore scene or just whatever?
Whatever.
Well, then Liam Howlett for sure. I think he's been since I was young. He's been, synth led. I always have difficulties in believing that he did everything on there because I met a lot of people also in America, and I know he has help with the mixing and everything. So you always question yourself with these big acts, like how far did he do the thing? But I have to believe that the demos and the synth creations are from him. And I would love to be in the studio with him for one day because I think he has the sort of same mentality as me as approaching music and just rocking those synths and stuff. That would be definitely one of the, and Prince, if he was still alive, that would be my main.
R.I.P.
I'm a huge Prince fan. So
yep, same.
You probably don't hear it back in my music, but it's this guy was like the multi talent. So
what other than hardcore have you produced? Has it ever been released under another alias?
Many stuff. I did techno under Inner Drive. I have done some hardstyle temper back in the day. I did the productions for Dana, the hardstyle stuff I did years and years ago. Rude Awakening, of course. As promo, I did a hip hop album on a big Dutch label with all hip hop artists. A lot of small aliases. If you go on Discogs, you see like 20 or 30 of them. And
have you ever ghost produced anyone?
Well, Dana was the sort of ghost produced thing. She was with me in the studio, so we sort of made the tracks together still, she was always there, so it's not that I did something and she just...
Yeah.
But, and the other things, like the Miss Flower or the DJ Adrian, we sort of co-created, the things with Lenny. They were always there. I was never alone in the studio, like fully.
Yeah.
No, I don't know. I don't think I'm able to hide my sound that well. That's you don't hear that it's me. I think that's my main default.
I mean, that's the art of a good ghost producer, isn't it? You don't know it's them.
Totally, and I don't think I will pull it off. So no.
I think we've got time for one more good question, so I'm going to let it come in. It's been a good show, by the way. No, I'm not coughing. I was burping. burping at my cats.
some secret burp cat language.
Yeah, they understand burp. Did you have anything to do with the Armageddon project release, The Demon's Breed?
Did I have anything to do with it? What do you mean? Was it on our label? I don't know by head. I think it was, right? I think it was a third.
I don't know.
Release. Well, ask him or her.
Jeez, you're the fucking label owner.
Yeah, man, come on. I released fucking 355 releases.
Next one. Okay, next one. Promo, are you making the vocals for your tracks thinking like my clam to fame and totally lost it claim to fame? I think
no, it's all samples. It's all samples. Sometimes people think I use always the same vocalist, but I think I'm just looking for the same intention in vocals.
Kind of sound.
There's a sort of stuff I like in rappers, and I just always cut stuff together, and I take an acapella and make my own sort of sentences from it. And that's it. I think that's also our fault from Mozz and Endymion using rap samples that now every hardcore track has like a full a cappella in it, like saying shit, you know. I'm like, it sort of became a part of a hardcore track to have a rap in there.
Yeah. Here's an interesting question for all three of us. This might be the last one, actually, Joe. What main thing would you want the hardcore fans to stop doing? What would you really like hardcore fans to stop doing? I know my answer.
Oh, go ahead.
Ketamine.
Ketamine?
Yes, that's a good answer. Save it for the hotel room, guys.
Oh, really? I'm sorry. I'm totally not into the drug thing. I don't even recognize when people use drugs. So I'm no. So it's cool, but
I don't lose drugs either.
I don't even recognize what they're on. So I'm a bit of a geek in that. I really am. What should they stop doing?
Hating.
Nah, it's okay. You can hate.
Hate is gonna hate, right?
Hate is gonna hate. Hate is good. I don't know. What did they just stop doing? You would think that 10 things pop to mind, but
I don't know.
Maybe stop putting their sweaty armpits on top of you for a picture.
Yeah.
You know, I learned from Dana. That's what she learned. The same thing. Like, put your arm first on you know, when they come to you, like right away, put your arm above theirs. So then their armpit.
Good tip.
So they don't get in your ear and spit down your ear.
That was the best tip ever. Like right away, put your arm around their neck. Otherwise, you get this sweaty thing in your nose.
The sweaty scarf arm.
So stop sweating. That's what I want them to do.
All right.
Hey, you, Joe.
Well,
no?
Me. Yeah. I don't have it. I would agree with what Greg said, ketamine, because it ruined the UK rave scene.
But it's really a UK thing then. Because ketamine,
it is a heavily UK thing.
I saw it in LA a lot in the scene like years ago, that they really are like zombies sitting on the floor like this, sucking a lollipop, and then like, okay, is that
I don't think
how
that's not always, but I don't know.
You get totally spaced out, right? They're not really active anymore.
Yeah.
So you're playing for dead
honestly,
people.
I'm probably bottling out of the question because I don't have an answer and piggybacking on Greg's answer. What it is.
The only other thing I can think of is when someone comes up to you and says, and they're usually either very drunk or very smashed, and they say, "Can you tell me what that tune you played in 1994 at this little club was?"
And you know
what 53 minutes of your set.
The one that went.
I've got a
and then they
worse
start
one.
singing at you.
A worse one is when someone comes to me and asks me what tune you played in a set. That's even worse. Right, guys. Yeah, I'm calling it. There. It's been a fantastic show. Sebas, thank you for coming on. Thanks, big respect for everything you've done. You've been a great guest, and I admire your passion, and you're happy to take any question and answer it direct. So big up.
And I'd just like to say, really thank you so much for everything you've done for the scene as well. I mean, you've been, no, seriously. I mean, you've been a huge, important influence in so many people that I know, myself included, in the sound that we've created and stuff, the things that you've had a big part to play in that, and that, the whole scene and how it's evolved, all the work you've done with Third Movement and stuff, it's had a huge influence on so many people and the scene, and I just want to say, it's really, really appreciated, and the fact that you're still doing it, like us, like all the guys, it's just what we do, right? It's just we're hardcore through and through, and this is what we do. So, but much love, man. Much love.
Thank you.
I echo that.
I'm quiet for other words.
True. So, we're going to go into our something different track, which is our closing track for the show every time. This time we're going to play Noisier and Former Pleasure Model. To everyone in the chat, before we leave, thank you for staying tuned in. Thank you for tuning into the show. Next show, hopefully, will be in October.
And it'll be on time.
It'll be on time.
Joe will have his shit fixed by then.
But no, thank you. You're always here. You're always hearing numbers. You're always tuning in. You're always giving your opinion. You're a cool audience to broadcast.
We couldn't do shots without you.
Yeah, couldn't do shots without you. And thanks to Cam, who's by my side, shouting down my ear, as well as me shouting down here along all of the way of all the projects we do. Steph, all of the Oblivion crew, like respect. Like we always do our shit, and respect to all of you and to everyone in the
much
chat.
love, guys.
Nice one.
Yeah, peace out. Take care. Respect,
Laters.
and you guys hang
You
about.
guys.
I'll be back. I'll be with you in a minute. Peace.
Peace.
Livestream.